museum. I mean Tesla Museum, not Tesla Museum. The tour has been confirmed for 30 people, Friday, 3 p.m. They're suggesting their meeting in the hallway at 2:30 roughly. It's 15 minutes walk, it shouldn't be too hard to find. And yeah, this hallway, where we came in right next to the coffee and other snacks. It's an English tour and they will do the demos for you. Sparks will fly. Not sure how many people will survive, but okay. And yeah, Friday, so hopefully it doesn't cut too much off from BeehiveCon, unless Michael goes as well, so that goes without saying. And yeah, so 3 in the afternoon, and then Tesla thingies will happen. If you drive there with your Tesla, that's extra credit, but okay. Let's move on. This is what I came up with as a schedule for today. The welcome back shouldn't last half an hour unless you want to have me talk the whole half hour. The clinic game is prepared and ready to go, where I have a couple of introductory slides and I need 12 willing participants to do that. And that's followed then by the developer workflows, depending. We probably don't need a whole hour for the clinic game, but I just allocated because I have never played it in this kind of setting before, so I need to figure out how long we take, and we can take our time. Then the developer workflows is the session where you come up and show, you know, what terminal emulator you have, what cool editor settings you're using, that this editor is the best one in the world, and the other person says this other editor is the best in the world for FreeBSD code editing, or any tools that you've written, helpers, things that make you productive. That's actually what the goal is about in this session. You don't discuss what the best tool is, but like rather show the way that you're making developments much faster or efficient for you individually. And maybe other people will find the tools interesting, and then there's a discussion later or during coffee breaks. Hey, what was that tool you're using? And so that way you have a bit more developer-centric focus than this one. Then we have the break. Remember, today the lunch is at 1:30, not at 12 like yesterday. I'm not sure why, but I just follow what the conference does. And that's why we have a break at 12:15 for coffee, other shenanigans, and then come back to have long conversations, which is the second interactive part, where after I've cleaned up the stage a little bit, 2 people will sit here and talk. I already got a couple people who volunteered. I didn't told them, but we still have a couple empty chairs that need to be filled. I will explain long conversations for those people who haven't had that before, and then you can spontaneously decide. That's then followed by the lunch break. Woohoo! Food, more good food actually. That was great yesterday and I enjoyed it very much. Why did I only schedule half an hour for the lunch break? That should be a whole hour. So mistake on me, I didn't check that. Okay, so we come back at 3 and then do a personal retrospective by Dave Huber about his time on core. He's still on core, no announcements there, but as far as I know, but some like retrospective is always good, like while you're in there. Then Michael Dexter came up with a libzfs integration discussion that we should do, and that's this session. Followed by another session that Greg suggested after yesterday's talk about the enterprise working group, and he thought it would be good to, while we have people here in the room, to talk about these things, what enterprise needs are, or what other enterprisey, not Star Trek, what other enterprisey things you want to talk about. But if there's a Star Trek reference in there, then that's perfectly fine for me at least. So that's what this session is about. And there was no space at the end of this slide for still open slots. So if you still have something or came up with any ideas in the meantime, I broke the bill, can someone help me? Or any other things, then there is still time until like 5:30. Yesterday they let us in even until 6, but we don't have to stretch it needlessly. Does that sound good? Any suggestions, last minute ideas? Hate mail? No. Okay. We don't send hate mail. Never had that in a while. And I can totally go without that. How about we play a little game? No, not guessing where the screenshot came from. Yeah, only winning move is not to play, yada yada. Exactly, yeah. But this game is a bit different. It's called a clinic simulation. And for that we need 2 teams on these chairs and tables of 6 people each. And each team will have these roles. A check-in. Welcome, dear patient. What's the problem? Oh, it always hurts if I raise my arm like that. And the doctor will go, don't raise your arm like that. Star Trek joke, but Beverly Crusher, which episode? Okay. I think it was Brothers. Okay. Too nerdy. The check-in will basically create patients, because we have no real patients. We need to create them on index cards. Then there is a dispatcher who moves them from the entrance into the waiting room that's in the middle. And we need then 2 blood testers. Vampires, welcome. And another tester is a urine tester. I said tester, not taster. That's important. And then, most important role of all, you can be a doctor for a change. So think about that. You can make all the doctor jokes. I'm a doctor, not a source committer. And other things like that. And there's another person who's handling the checkout. After all the patients were processed, there's a separate step, that's the checkout. And that is also important, because that person particularly needs to have a bit of math skills, because he needs to, or they need to calculate bit times. It's not too complicated, but just mentioning it. How does this work? I already explained it a little bit. So patients will be coming into the clinic constantly. They just don't stop. And the overall goal is to move 30 patients in 5 minutes through the whole clinic. And the first thing is that the check-in will check them in. You know, each patient gets an ID and the time they got checked in, and 2 columns, 1 column for blood results and the other column for urine results. And then once that is written, it gets passed into the waiting room. From the waiting room, the dispatcher is dispatching it first to blood testing. Blood testing is basically happening with dice. So they throw a dice and mark the results on the index card and then move the patient back into the waiting room. Then it's time for the dispatcher to move that patient from the waiting room into the urine testing. You're still following? Okay. In urine testing, they throw another dice, mark the result on the index card, put it back into the waiting room. And then it's time for the patient to go to the doctor. And the doctor sees the patient and looks up and is like, either nah or And if result is then that doctor moves it back into the waiting room, where the dispatcher then moves it into the checkout. If the doctor goes, no, that result doesn't look good, checks it, doesn't like it, puts it back into the waiting room, where the dispatcher then moves it either to blood testing or urine testing again until that value is correct. Okay, only that value. The doctor will mark which value is the wrong one. You're smiling for some reason, I don't know why, but okay. Maybe you know the game. Do you? I guess not. Okay. And the checkout would basically mark, okay, patient has passed, and then notes the time in minutes and seconds. The seconds are important this way. How long basically the patient was in the clinic throughout the thing. So it could be taking a while, you know, back to the waiting room, back to urine testing, blood testing, and all these things. And overall goal, again, is 30 patients in 5 minutes. Does that make sense? Doable? We'll see. So I need people who want to play. I don't want to volunteer people. Oh wow, not these many volunteers. Remember, it's not physical blood testing, it's not physical urine testing. You don't need gloves, you don't need, you know, protective gear. All you need to do, a couple of pens, I only could bring a couple of those. At least 2 for urine and the blood testing, and the doctor also needs to be you know, marking things. Who wants to be a doctor? That's the most important role, I guess. You can brag people, I was a doctor once. Anyone? Okay, you, come along. It doesn't have to be all developers, could be anyone. You're all qualified to have that. Yeah. Okay, good, yeah. You're not a vampire, are you? You don't need to. Yeah, come on, sit here. And it's also, you race against time and also compete against each other. So we have 2 teams. So show us how good you are. Pick a table. It's all the same, yeah. I will explain each role separately. So I just need people to get started. Come on, don't be shy. I can't participate. You want to be what?
Any tester.
Okay. Yeah, take a chair. See, you got a team forming already. We need another clinic to open. You can pick a name for your clinic. You can think about that in your team. For instance, Plainsboro Teaching Hospital, anyone? Okay, more people are streaming down. We need a couple more for this team. And one more over here.
If you lend me a pen, I can
I have you, yeah. That one.
So one is a nature of failure, so it's...
No, there aren't any failures because you don't know the rules yet. Or the only rule that we have so far is...
Natural 20.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you're the doctor, okay.
No.
What role do you want to be?
Blood tester.
Okay, excellent. You, go ahead. Pick a chair. What are you going to be?
I'll go to the urine test.
Okay. Do you have a pen? You need one? I only have so many that I could bring.
No, I don't have it.
Does anyone else have a pen? Or this game is very short. You have a pen? Okay. Do you want to come down and write with that pen, maybe? Oh yeah, that also works. It doesn't have to be a, you know, pencil or pen. Okay. So you're testing, or what is the role?
I'll really go and test.
Okay. Then pick a chair. Oh, thanks. Oh, great.
I would like to repeat this passage,
Okay.
if that's easy.
No, easy. I don't know what easy is. It's just the role that you have. But thanks for volunteering. Now I have enough pens. Free advertisement, by the way. This team is missing 3 people. No doctors yet. Do we have a doctor over here? You're the doctor. Okay. Come on, be a doctor just once. I need to fix this patch before I can get down. Come on, you have teammates. You work on this together. It's not difficult. Don't these people look trustworthy enough to, you know, warrant being a clinic? Yeah. If I have to volunteer people, then it's not the nicest way, but come on. It's fun. Not just for me. Oh wow, I didn't think that. I thought there would be more volunteers that I could fill roles with.
Let's assign the first 6 people a number and throw a...
Oh, throw a dice. Oh, that's good. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You can blame Lucas then. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, that works even. Okay. I throw the red die because red means... I bought these dice from Amazon so that you don't think these are, you know, fake dice or just throw 6s or something from the casino. All right. Okay, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ruslan, would you be interested in helping out? I just voluntold you. Sorry, but you can be a doctor. I throw again. I need another. Okay, one. I should start at the back maybe, so that's not just... I will explain each role, but you can pick between, from that team. Do you have two blood testers, or blood and urine tester, and what's... Okay, then we need a doctor and check in and check out. That's it, yeah. Janitor, you just walk around and sweep the floors? Okay, what do you want to be?
What is left?
Doctor and a check out.
Doctor.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ostapenko will see you now.
Volunteer.
Okay, great. That's the last spot for check-in, or for, yeah. 6 people here and 6 people there.
Isn't there missing there?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that's fine, okay. You need a pen? I guess, yeah, for writing down. Yeah, I know. Maybe the dispatcher, because that person has to move around a lot, can stand. That's fine. But I still need a dispatcher. I will get one. I will so get us a dispatcher. A 6. 2, 4. Oh, the numbers have changed now that people are missing. 2, 4, 6. Dave. Okay, not today. Okay, I'll go in the back. That's why we took a half an hour just to select people. Okay, now the doctors are all taken. No one? Philip? Medical stuff? Or you can have another role. You can do check-in or check-out.
We need a dispatcher.
Yeah, dispatcher is missing. Yeah, that works. Cool, thank you. Come on, people, give these people a hand for volunteering. They don't know what they're getting into, but okay. Nah. Okay, so I have more dice because we need... Oh, I brought more dice than I need. Okay, do you need a pen for a change? This one? Yeah, that's so 2. Okay, someone disappeared somehow. No, one more person. I miscalculated. Maybe I counted myself twice. Okay. We need one more. It's free. Oh, that doesn't work. If you insist, Lady Di, dice. I just threw a 1. Well, that's what's following now. Anyway. I know. Did I mention that there are prizes at the end for the participants? Now everyone wants to go. Okay. Yeah. This team is missing the dispatcher. Okay, that you can stand. There are too many because it's kind of. It's probably better to stand because you have to. During the game, you can move stuff around here much easier. Yeah. Okay. Blood and urine testers. You need. You're one, and who's the other tester? You're testing. Okay. Okay. Who are the blood and urine testers? 2? Okay, you get your on. Oh, take the red one, yeah, for blood. Do I have another red one for the blood testing? No. Okay. All right. Role descriptions. Here we go. That we have already. Can you see that from up there? Okay. You'll probably check out. And you check out. Yeah. Yeah. No. If you're the doctor, then you don't have to sit in a certain. Yeah. You can still rearrange if you like. Yeah, the middle part is the waiting room.
You're going to be checkout.
That's the easiest because you don't have to do much. Just calculate a little bit.
I have a commitment, so I can do check out.
Yeah, check in, check out. It's not a git check out. Come on, people. It's git clone. This is the waiting area in the middle. Waiting areas in the middle. All right. Okay. Now, first role. The check-in. The check-in. Who's check-in? Okay. You take these index cards and add a number to it for every patient you check in. Right? First, second, third, and so on. And then you note the arrival time in seconds. Maybe you can put up your phone next to it so that you can note the arrival time. Oh, you're just looking upside down.
No.
Oh, waiting. Oh, right. Okay.
And you need to make up your mind.
Yeah. Don't test both at once. So you give it a number, then you add the arrival time in seconds, then add a column for blood and urine. You can say B and U, and then pass it into the waiting room. That's your only role. And 30 patients in total. Okay. Do you also get that, the check-in? Who's checking here? Okay. So you take an index. Yeah, with seconds, like the example I have here, 10, 23, 42. Okay. Okay. 30 of those, and then that's your role. Okay, cool. Next role. You're already strategizing. That's good.
We've lost our doctor, so we're going to be killing a lot
Hi.
of people.
No, just those.
Why did we? Okay. I thought the doctor would be proud of their role and like be super doctor-y like and I cannot.
Have you ever met patients, Benedict?
I am a patient.
They are
sometimes.
terrible.
Yeah, I know.
I'm full of these icky fluids and
Apparently they like that, so okay. Okay, next role. The dispatcher. You move patients from the waiting area to these individual rooms. Right. First thing is blood testing. If the card doesn't have any blood testing values yet, you move it into the blood testing room. That's your only role. If it comes back with the blood testing results based on the dice roll, then you move it into the urine testing room. All right? Then if both... Yeah, that's the order. No, first blood, then urine.
cannot parallelize.
No. One, yeah.
We have a strictly in order pipeline.
Yeah. Then you move, if the card has two values, then you move it into the doctor's room. Then the doctor can check. If one of those values missing, doctors cannot work, right? If the doctor has marked both as correct, then you can move it to checkout. If one of these values are not correct, then the doctor will mark which value is not correct, either urine or blood. Then you need to move it back into that particular room.
As a doctor, do I ever have an incentive to mark something as incorrect?
I explain your role next.
Okay.
We get there. Just for dispatchers to know. So you just move things around. That's why it's probably good to stand.
Do you want your patients to survive or not?
I don't care about that.
Can we switch doctors real quick?
I just want to play golf.
It's good that these are developers, not doctors. Okay, healthcare is a thing. Doctors or dispatchers over here? You're already strategizing. Yeah, let's see. ID, check-in time, and blood and urine. Yeah, that's all you need. Okay. Yeah. Who's dispatcher here? Okay, you get this? Okay. All right. I'm still explaining the roles and they're already strategizing. Next up, blood and urine testing. Can you come up front to see it? Oh, yeah. Oh, no. It's clever, right? Wait until the dispatcher gives you a patient. Only one patient per room. It's a privacy thing, right?
Yes, nobody wants to see your dick out.
Or your blood.
Or the blood. Yes.
Or your bloody dick? No. Moving on, the dispatcher gives you work to do. You throw the dice and mark the result in that particular column, right? And then put it back into the waiting room. That's all. That's what blood and urine testing is all about. Again, only one per patient. It's a privacy thing. You cannot put multiple people to the testing. Okay.
What if it's a family?
They also,
Or a couple?
it's not a family. They all are strangers to each other. But good thinking, actually. I hadn't thought about that. The doctor. Doctors? You guys are deciding upon the values on the card. And if the card has just one value, you throw it back into the waiting room because someone has made a mistake. The doctor gets a single patient into the room. It's another privacy thing, right? You cannot have two patients discuss results, right? Which doctors are you going to, guys? I don't have any other patients in the room while the doctor talks to me. And examining is just another thing. You check both values. And if it's not okay, you put it back, you mark which value is not correct and put it back into the waiting room. If both values are correct, you put it back into the waiting room and put a check mark on it so that both values are correct, that the dispatcher then knows, this is a correct patient now, and they can move that to checkout.
So what makes a value okay?
I was expecting that question. I will discuss this in private with the doctors in the... Because otherwise it wouldn't be too exciting, right? And then you, again, pass the card back into the waiting room. Don't grab work for yourself. Wait until the dispatcher gives it to you. All right? Okay. What a clinic that is. Yes? Yeah.
Yes.
They could die, yeah. Don't make them die, because every patient that you process counts towards your result, and you're playing against each other. So that's the idea there. Last but not least, the checkout people. You get cards occasionally, hopefully soon. You note the checkout time on put up your phone and mark the seconds as well. So maybe it's 10, 59, 24 seconds or something. And then you need a bit of a calculation. The check-in time minus the checkout time. Wait, the other way around. I can't do math. Checkout time minus check-in time, of course. I need to change my slides.
So what do we do if the values are not okay?
Then the doctor marks that wrong value, and then you put it back either into urine or... Yeah. Only the other value is correct. It never changes once it's correct.
Put a check or an X next to
Or you strike it through the wrong value. Yeah. Okay? The audience are just, what's going on down there? Checkout is fine, so checkout time minus check-in time. Okay. Yeah, no, I can't do math, I'm an idiot. Ring the bell. I will fix this real quick. Oh, hi. Why did I miss that? It was probably early in the morning or late at night when I edited that slide. So it's check out time. I like how discussions are already starting. I need to compile my slides one more time. Now it's correct. Okay. Whew. Okay, doctors, do you want to have the which value is correct thing? We will adjourn into the adjacent room to tell you the magic formula. Oh, now we're missing an iPhone or what? Oh, gee. Okay. we go to the...
we shouldn't
Good way of cheating is not telling everyone.
Yep.
I'm assuming you're not allowed to tell us.
Oops. Was the mic on? No. Anyway.
Do we need names for the clients? The patients?
No, patients just have IDs. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're anonymous patients.
For privacy.
Yeah, for privacy. Exactly, you understood more than I was actually getting at, but okay. All right. I don't want to say Avengers assemble, but teams assemble into your rules.
You have to put on your coats.
Yeah, I didn't bring any lab coats, but okay. Maybe you can put on your t-shirts. All right. We're playing games. You can watch and laugh, or maybe just gaze in amazement what's happening. Are there any questions from the audience, maybe? Just let the game going, right? Okay. I say we start round number 1. Right? Yeah, it's not the, you're in here for a while. Is everyone ready? Are there any last questions about their roles or how this thing works?
No. The checkout only notes the time, that's it, right?
Yeah, and it calculates. Yeah.
3 to 1 start.
Yeah, like this. So you guys are set? No more questions?
Yep.
Okay. Clocks are ticking. Excellent. Yeah, so many phones on this table. I don't know why they need that, but okay. You have all that you need. This is oh, I have masking tape if you want to create your own room. It was a problem with the space on the table. Build your own, yeah. This clinic is missing a room. Oh, I mean, you don't need much space, right? Come on, here we go. Okay, any last questions? Okay. And again, these guys, beat them. And you also, those guys. Which clinic are you? You have a name? Schwarzwald Clinic? No. Black Forest Clinic?
Hail Mary.
Hail Mary! Team Hail Mary against not hailing Mary. Audio? Okay. Yeah, all right. Okay. You got a cool name for the clinic? Amateurs United or something? I don't know. That's actually a soccer game, probably more like, okay. Remember the goal, 30 patients in 5 minutes. I will check my clock and I'll let you know when it's done. Okay? I need to make sure I'm not in airplane mode. Okay. Ready? Set. Go! 5-Minuten-Timer. I didn't bring a whip, but Christoph can, give the pace. All right. I should have brought some Jeopardy melody or something. Does anyone want a dice? I brought too many. Oh. Pen?
For the doctor.
Yeah. See, I told you this is fun.
Next.
I didn't say go fast, but okay.
This is good.
Okay, cool.
This is how real clinics work. Or are supposed to work. Minus the dice throwing. The dice throwing is a bit disturbing, but okay. It's like a role-play game, like it's a pleasure to meet you. Yes, be thorough as doctors. So quiet all of a sudden. I'm not sure we can catch it for the live stream, but at least we have a bit of activity. You can do it like Rodrigo, come up here and watch the action live, up close. This is the most relaxed clinic I've ever seen, but okay. These guys are super stressed. Oh, handwriting is also difficult for doctors. What did you write, doctor? I cannot process that. Based on my handwriting, I should have become a doctor, but that never worked out. Or pharmacists, they also have bad handwriting, I hear. Thank God for electronic patient records. No, blood and urine testing, not crap. That's a different test. We're not doing that. Because gross. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Come on, man, come on, you need to be free so I can give you another one.
This gets the juices flowing in the morning. At least blood and urine. From the patients.
You're not allowed to take, I'm sorry. The order of operations.
Okay, stop. 5 minutes are over. Stop where you are. That's round one. So, we now make a little table and figure out how many patients are at checkout. How many cards?
How
How many? Count them.
Count them, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay, 9 over here. How many do you have? 5. At checkout? 5, okay. I should mark this. Whoa, that's just one result. How many patients are still in the clinic anywhere? Okay. I should note these numbers. I need a scribe or someone. We have chalk here.
16 patients still in the lab.
Okay. I should have written the table earlier. Okay, but okay. So.
I didn't know that I could only check out one person.
All right. So first number checkout. So that was 9. Oh, thanks for helping. And the other one was 5. Yeah, 5 they had. 16. How many did you have in flight in the clinic anywhere? Anywhere in the clinic? How many patients are still? 11. Okay. Anywhere, wherever they are, except checkout.
Oh, that's like 20. For the patients, some patients in Antwerp.
Don't lose patients in the clinic. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. Okay. 11. All right. Next one. The shortest wait time. That's the checkout. What's the shortest wait time?
33 seconds.
33. Ooh. 33 secs. And in the other team? 1 minute and 9. Okay. Let's do it like this. So, and what's the longest?
Well, average second is 272 seconds. That is 4 minutes, 32 seconds.
4 minutes, 32 seconds. Yeah, like this. This worked. And for this team?
Yeah, 3 minutes, 33.
Oh, okay.
So you did beat us on the worst case.
Yeah. Let me just fill in the rest. Patients in clinic. And longest, yeah. Okay. It's a result. It's the baseline, I guess. Okay. So now let's compare that to our original goal. 30 patients in 5 minutes. Not as good. So it's probably good if each team would sit down and do a bit of strategizing how to improve things. I give you 7 minutes to think how to improve your processes. 2 things you cannot do. You cannot move or merge rooms within the clinic. Budget cuts everywhere. You have no money to do that. And you cannot fire people or change roles. You cannot also merge roles. It's a union thing. They cannot fire people that easily. Welcome to Europe. Besides those 2, think of improvements you can make in your team.
No, but if it's sufficient to just because I always calculate in seconds, which is like when it's easier to calculate like minutes and seconds.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, definitely. Because you guys are stalling, right?
Computers are easier to use, right? Computers are easier to use, right? You have to deal with humans as patients. Yeah, you have a real chance to get healed.
In that case, we have to redo the blood test or not, or just the urine test?
If the result is not correct, then strike it through. That's easier for them to distinguish.
Yeah, but we have good. The blood test is okay?
I don't know, the doctor knows.
Ah, okay.
That's why they studied so long, to interpret these results, right? It's a realistic game after all.
What do we do with our existing patients? They all die?
They all die or disappear, go to a different clinic,
Yeah, yeah. We killed more patients than you did. Suck
be
it.
proud of it, yeah.
Reuse these and just change the numbers.
The index cards are against you.
Benedict?
As fast as you like. Well, then you get more patients. It's about still the same goal, 30 patients in 5 minutes.
Keeps growing.
You just check in, you just do your role.
Yes, and if you tell us how this was scored, we tell them how to game the game.
But you knew the scoring right up front.
Is more patients?
This is just metrics.
Patients in flight, or just the number of patients we roll out.
No, we have two metrics. Check out people that are completely processed, and the other ones are somewhere. They didn't finish before the time went
Do we
out.
get more points for more people in flight, or fewer points for more people in flight?
Ideally, you would finish everyone in those 5
You're
minutes.
very carefully not answering the question, are you?
Let me say, it's not about the points, but the way to improve. No.
You're trying to explain pipelining to us.
Yeah, in a bad way, I guess. How to make things better.
The previous patients have died?
The patients will disappear and move to different clinics. They're fed up. Yeah. But maybe you can improve there somehow, or have other ideas. Strategize. There's a bit more time. The audience goes, oh, I'm so happy that I'm not down there in the pit.
Sorry, we're not allowed to do this.
Yep, you cannot change the rules in the clinic. You cannot change the rules. Yeah, the blood testing room has blood testing equipment that cannot be moved. It's expensive stuff, and yeah. These guys try to change rules, which is not allowed. I just prevent them.
Trying to get our patients killed. We cannot work with this budget. We're going to go on strike, Benedict.
Isn't that realistic?
No, someone will clap for us.
No, we can't.
Oh,
Yeah, these guys. Yeah.
Can we get someone to at least clap for us? Apparently we can't have healthcare budget, but maybe we can have applause.
Points for trying. You're witch
One
doctors.
sarcastic golf clap. That's how much they care about us. See what happens when you need the whole.
No, really, thanks for volunteering. This is without. Well, a bit more time, 3 minutes.
Right.
Which doctors need money too? Where do you think we're
That too,
gonna
yeah.
find those new guys?
Ah,
They're not.
And you only have 2 Ferraris.
Yeah.
of course.
Yours, your wife, but your nanny needs one, because otherwise she's going to have a conversation with your wife.
Yeah, different approaches.
Trying to found the right bit and
Yeah, I think these people are more relaxed about it, where these are super engaged. But that doesn't mean that it's a better result necessarily. So if I look at those. Done strategizing? We have a couple more minutes.
So we're in the middle of a complicated discussion.
Ah, yes. I know those.
Our doctors desperately need to be able to buy another Ferrari, otherwise their nannies are going to have conversations with their wives.
And they have to take that money from the dispatcher or what?
No, the dispatcher is hospital management.
Oh,
My
you
nanny
think?
has a Ferrari.
You think?
My secrets are safe.
Ah. So you have to drive the Ferrari to the front door so that he can get in
Well,
easier?
it's important for speed of operations.
And of course it's a blood red Ferrari.
I wouldn't want it to be urine yellow.
Or if it's urine red, then so
So really the first round was a bit better for this team in terms of checkout patience. Yeah. By moving them faster also. They were super relaxed most of the time. So why? But okay.
My skull.
Yeah.
Clearly I need a raise so that I can take a vacation to the Bahamas.
And that's just round one. That's just round one. Oh dear. 1 more minute to strategize. You found some improvements? They're talking about Ferraris for the doctor and all that. So I'm not sure.
We're providing motivation for our staff.
Actually,
Oh, be careful. Yeah. There will be blood spilling.
Maybe I'll be able to buy a third Ferrari for my nanny. Is that not incentive enough for you?
We all learned that blood testing is bloody business, right? Okay, we get there. Hello. We're just having a small break in the game. Okay, 7 minutes are pretty much over. It gave me 10 minutes because it didn't properly understand me, but okay. More strategizing better than nothing. Are you ready for round 2? With your improvements, of course. All right. Then, on my mark, another 5 minutes with improvements. Beat the others. 5 minutes. Go! 5 Minuten Timer. Now I want to see improvements. Ah, you can plug in here if you want. Or down there. Oh, there's still 2 left. The sound of falling dice. Is this a casino or a clinic? What's the difference? Yeah. They gamble in different ways. Oh, a patient at checkout.
better than the previous minimum.
Oh, excellent. Ah, see, improvements. They already noted the first improvement. Just to mess with you people. clinic in distress. That's where the action movies are made. Hi, Björn. Hi.
Sorry, I'm not actually allowed to testing as much as I would like you to.
Yeah, as they say. We'll get to that, no worries. But the question comes up naturally, yeah. What does this all have to do with open source? Yeah. Stacks are growing.
We have a really stupid page in here.
Yeah?
It just keeps testing positive.
You guys have a Stack Overflow? Ho, ho, ho. Wow, bad joke. If it's easier for the dispatcher to stand, but you're in the middle, that's also okay. Yeah. Dead patients everywhere. Is that where the phrase, "my patients are wearing out," coming from? You're in for a world of trouble? No. Bad jokes. Oh, we're done. Thank you. Second round is over. Next calculation. How many are at checkout now? Where's my chart? Someone stole my chart. My chart is, there it is. Okay. What did you do? Okay. Okay, 6. It's an improvement from 13. Okay. Number of people in clinic anywhere except checkout? Hey, at least it's an improvement. One more to checkout. I can't anymore. I need to drink much more. How many everywhere in the clinic? 30.
25. Yeah,
30.
Minus
the one at checkout.
there was a very strange phenomenon.
I mean, René is always
Testing positive? Wait, what?
Testing negative.
Okay. Well, so 20. Okay. Okay. Checkouts, shortest waiting time?
34 seconds.
Okay.
34.
Oh. Yeah, German, English. Okay. Split second more, okay. Shortest time? 0.52, okay.
158.
Wait, 2? That's the longest wait time for them. 2 minutes. Okay, and you? 158. Okay, let's see. Oh, 447, okay. That's super worse. Okay. Let's see. Previously on the clinic, so we see an improvement in number of checkouts in this team from 9 to 13, and from, they're still laughing, okay, from 5 to 6, so one more.
20%.
Okay, you guys listening? What's so funny? How many people are dead?
Are they dead?
Well, I was just looking at the results. So you have one more than last time, checkouts, okay? Then we have still more people in the clinic than last time. Oh, one less for you. Yeah, but not much a huge improvement. It's better than them going from 11 to 20, so much worse. I will bring up the numbers for everyone to see. Then shortest wait time improved from 33 seconds to 34 seconds. By a single mere second they got better. Rounding error. With the other ones, they got better from 1 minute, 9 seconds to 52. Okay. And longest wait time went way down from 4 minutes to 1 minute 50, so 2 minutes roughly. And wait time in this other team went up. Okay. 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 So maybe you can do you guys want to disclose what improvements you made? Maybe the mic?
Our improvement was, but I don't want the other team to hear, so what, can you guys all go la la la?
I'll ask him too.
Essentially, we just split up the stack in the waiting room.
Split up in how?
So that we had a stack for stuff that needs to go to blood, a stack that needs to go to urine, a stack that needs to go to doctor,
Didn't need
and
to
a stack
change
that
rooms
needs
and
to go
roles,
to
yeah.
check out. That saved me a lot of sorting time.
Okay, let me ask those. Okay, what were your improvements? Are you still discussing things, or what did you try to improve?
We are reverse engineering the algorithm.
One of our things was we reordered the columns so they were more logically the sequence of
Yeah, in the waiting room. Okay, similar to what these people did. They had 2 stacks. One.
we did some places here too.
Ah, you marked it down there. Ah, I see. Okay. Okay. And apparently Renee had to do 6 blood tests or urine tests for one patient. Yeah. Spent the whole day in the clinic. Yep, there's plenty of them. It's an unlucky die?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, pick a color, and I don't want to be the guy who says I gave you the wrong dice. Yeah, that's the perfect color for the urine. Okay, give me the other one. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay. All right, so now I have an improvement now. Everyone? Yep. Your attention, please. So think about where your improvement's effective or not. Because now I have an improvement for everyone, or a little change that I introduce. Maybe that's better or worse. Last round, the only change this time. Blood, urine, and doctor may now pull a single patient from the waiting room to their room for testing. The dispatcher doesn't have to do that. But the dispatcher still moves patients into the waiting room and to the checkout, from like check-in to check-out and the waiting room. But both doctors, blood tester and urine testers, which is 3 people actually, they can pull patients from the waiting room themselves without having to wait till the dispatcher gives it to them. Make sense? Okay. Then let's go for round 3. I will be happy to start another clock. Yeah, that's the only change. So blood tester, urine tester, and doctor can pull stuff from the waiting room if there's something in there for them. And yeah, and the dispatcher can help because the dispatcher typically has the overview. Will say, oh, here's a card for you. You can pull that. You can say as the dispatcher, right? You too. You have the overview as dispatcher. Typically, you can say, oh, here's a card for you that's not been marked yet, or here, doctor, there's 2 values you can check, right?
Well, that's what we've been doing is
Yeah, handing it out. But you're more passive now because you have less to pull or push. Yeah. All right. Oh, everyone's standing now. Okay. It's a standing round. You can also stand if you like. John is thinking, what is this going on? What is it doing? But it's interesting, right? You guys ready for round 3? Spoiler alert, it's the last round. The dispatcher still moves stuff from check-in into the waiting area and to also, but doctor, blood and urine tester, you can pull stuff if you see that there's a patient waiting for you. Previously you had to get pushed in. Right? Yeah, and you check, you do your stuff. Is that me? Yeah, go ahead. Maybe also the chairs, how they are arranged or what the cards mean, just from the top maybe? Okay. Hope I'm still on schedule. I don't want to run over. Are you guys ready for round 3? AKA last round? Ah, yes. 3rd Ferrari for Christoph. Oh, for the doctor. I don't know.
There's no pleasing me.
Yeah. Okay. 5 minutes. Ready, set, go! Timer. Power bank. Okay. That was one of the mics. Should come up with a table for this one real quick. At least they're having fun. Many people will probably change their profession after this. I'm so gonna ask the audience what this is all about, since they've been patiently looking at this. I hear more laughter. The good kind of laughter, not the evil laughter, I think. The patient patience. See, I told you it's fun. They didn't want to play. Stop, stop, stop. 5 minutes are over. Give me the numbers. Where's my chalk again? There it is.
This is for all the administrators.
Consistent party in patients that you can't have a cost of
If you have bloody urine, that's a whole different problem then.
No, but like, look at this patient.
Oh dear. That's not going to go well.
And everybody does a clinic mark.
Yeah. Oh, really professional marking, right? 18. Okay. That's correct? Okay. Then number of people still in the clinic except the checkout? 9? Okay.
Well, that includes the people waiting for checkout.
Yeah.
So 9 still in place. Best time, shortest time was 22 seconds.
22 seconds. Okay.
1 minute 54.
1 minute 54.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
It's 9 in the clinic.
Okay. Huh?
Oh, wow.
And
32 seconds. And 220. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. So let me mark this down so we can look at the numbers together.
We could have just started some sort of timer that would just put down
24.
like seconds, we stop. Yeah. Yes. Because then we would have like a patient who comes in at 182 seconds and he leaves like at 195 seconds. It's a way, because the overlap of minutes is like what's causing headache.
154. 20. Huh. Okay. Okay, I have the numbers. Let's see how they look like. You win experience all the time, no matter what you do. No, I got it. Okay. Maybe we close the door a little bit so that we don't get disturbed. Is that a train moving through the building? Oh, carts. Okay. Yeah, we got this. Okay. Final scores. Okay. Everyone who played, thank you. They are here. So since you bloodied your hands and dirtied your hands, I brought a bit of hand cream for you. So let me just open this. Winter's coming and all that. So yeah. Let's see.
I don't have any children, but the nanny is important.
Oh, well. Open that here. So, pick stuff from here. I move it over to around so that there is no.
I like this. I think.
No, don't take my laptop. There's more. So I bought 12. So should be something for everyone. And hand cream. Because you dirtied your hands and are now your precious developer hands were stained with blood and urine. Hopefully not. Yeah. Let's see if we can open this without.
There, you eat this week. I don't know what you're complaining about. I really don't understand what you're complaining.
Here goes. Pick one. Yeah. Here we go. Now I got everyone.
At least I have fun and
Yeah, we're not done yet. We're discussing the results. Yeah, right? Thanks everyone for playing. Applause.
You should definitely never give me all.
Thank you for playing. Thanks for participating. Oh, we really went an hour. Okay. Oh, take that one. That works. Yeah, it needed a new friend. Did everyone get their stuff? There's 4 more here. Don't be shy. It's hand cream. Two more. Where did the people go? Christoph, did you get one? You don't need one? You want one, Rodrigo? Okay. I'm short one. Someone didn't pick up their hand cream.
I'll take Christoph.
Okay. Let's see. All right, so what is this all about? Let's look at the numbers. The first round is basically baseline forming. Second round, they discuss their improvements, and it seems like, are these improvements or not? Sorry about the spacing between the slashes, I had to be quick. So it seems like patients at checkout, yeah, one more, that doesn't seem like a big improvement. Patients still in clinic, for one team, it got better, so the fewer patients in the clinic, the better. The other team, more patients in the clinic, so apparently their improvements did make things worse, or the patients were worse, or whatever happened to them. Shortest wait time, and then in round 3, big improvement. both in patients at checkout, like 3 times more in one team, and the other team 11 more. And patients still in clinic, 9. That's definitely better for both teams. And shortest wait time, that really went down from like beginning 1 minute 9 to 32 seconds in the 3rd round. That's certainly better. And longest wait time, ooh, look at let's compare just round 2 and round 3, from 158 to 154, okay, fine. But look at longest patient, 4 minutes, almost the whole game time, like 5 minutes playing, and one patient was always circling around. And in round 3, it was basically slashed in half, so they could process more patients. Yeah, so now the question, I was walking up earlier and Björn Sept was asking, what does this have to do with FreeBSD and open source? Answer is, everything. Think about not this as a clinic, but as open source. So the doctor could be quality assurance, if you do such a thing. Blood and urine testing are typically testers or reviewers. I don't want to associate urine with programming, but okay. But this could be a programming job, right? You do something, then you hand it off to something else. Then the dispatcher is basically the CI pipeline, handing over the work to the next station or the next processing step. The check-in could be the ticket system or the bug tracker. Oh, there's more stuff coming in, more work, more people complaining about things not working. And the checkout is basically the release. Now, how many releases did we manage to do? Looking at these numbers again, reinterpreting them, that makes it much more relevant to open source development. So you aim to have as little work in the system as possible, because the more work you're multitask on, that the more stressed out you are. And these people over here, they were really relaxed in the 3rd round. They were like handing over stuff, right? What was your goals or your impressions from the teams, maybe a bit of feedback from them? Anyone? A bit of discussions or some of the results that you could try to interpret? It's a cart, it's not a train moving. But it sounds like one. Right? So the thing that I found is that this could be fairly similar to what we do as an operating system and the work that goes into it. So I thought the learnings from the game are think outside the box, especially when we moved from round 1 to round 2. People were now familiar with all the processes and they were like, okay, what could we improve? What could make things move faster or more smoothly through the clinic? And that is what we also do here at Devsummit, right? That's what we think about. How can we make things faster, more efficient, more hand in hand, more less of a struggle? And you also saw in some of those numbers, before improvements are happening, it gets worse, and you have to have a long breath to see those valleys of despair through before you see improvements again, or the first number of improvements at all. There wasn't much of a competition between the 2 clinics. They were mostly dealing with their own stuff, so you could maybe think about these separate open source projects. I don't want to say different BSDs, but they weren't competing as much against each other as possible. They were mostly concerned about their own internal processes rather than what the other people are doing. Even though I asked both people after round 2, what are your improvements? And Christoph was like, then the other people can hear that. Even though that happened and everyone could hear what their improvements were, they were basically similar. They rearranged the cards in the waiting room much more so that it was more easier to distribute them. Given the restrictions I gave them, that they couldn't move positions and rooms and stuff. So you typically sometimes don't have much wiggle room to make changes. And you can see from the results that these little improvements didn't actually make much improvements, only a couple of seconds, if at all. And so that's always challenging and difficult. And of course, there's always the assumption, yes, we've always done it this way, why change at all, right? It's good as it is. So, but it's not always a winning strategy. The only time when things got really better Not because I said that, but saying that in the third round, now you can pull your own stuff for doctor, urine, and the blood testing. And that's interesting. It's basically switching from a push-based system, like the dispatcher giving you work, instead of taking the work. I want to take this ticket. I want to review this assignment. I want to work on this patch or this bug. I will pull this to my own work area and claim it for myself, rather than, oh, you do that, you do this other thing. You get the work when you have time for it, and you are more engaged with that work and motivated to finish it, actually. The teamwork was also necessary, because you couldn't just look at your own station and work that only little thing that you were doing, like, you know, writing cards or throwing the dice. You also had to work with other people and figure out what the overall goal is that we're doing the patients and letting them out of the clinic. Of course, the competition was also impossible to do, because if we would have just a single clinic, we would see similar results like that. But it's better to have two teams to compare, because then you have a competitive workflow, and you can see that, hey, one team got a little bit better, and maybe they have better improvements, so we should also try to get there. So the competition is also good, to not get, oh, well, we've always been that way, so why bother? There's no competition in the market, right? And you can see from the changes from round 1 to 2, when they started to improve that, it didn't get too much better. So it was mostly local optimizations they did, the waiting room arrangement, and what else did you change? Not much, based on the restrictions. So local optimizations typically don't make much of a difference, but if you just change one thing from pushing to pulling the work that you are currently processing or want to work on, that's the improvement that makes it much better, and the results are looking much better than before. And the last is one of those things we often hear, that we could all make these improvements, but we're actually so busy with the current release or the current stuff we're working on. Let's finish that first before we start some new improvements. And sometimes it starts to, oh, water's coming in, let's wipe up the floor, and no one figures out, because everyone's so busy wiping the floor, that you should actually close the faucet where the water is coming out. Looking at the source of the problem, that's often a big problem that no one is looking at. So some of the learnings that I could figure from looking at that game as a facilitator. Are there any other comments about the game? Maybe from the audience? From the people who played or those who watched? Oh, I go back to Olivier.
Here we go. Yes. Hello? It doesn't work, no?
There it goes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, for Team 2, I think, we were quite relaxed at the beginning. I think we identified between the first 2 rounds that really the bottleneck was the dispatcher. Mm-hmm. So the improvements for the 3rd round that you allowed us were really great and instrumental in getting much better numbers.
Translated to the operating system, it's basically
for me,
the CI pipeline better, or remove some of the steps in there?
Yeah, I don't. My obvious parallel would be with the scheduler, but because that
person has a lot of work to do.
Yeah,
that you didn't initially see from the description, right?
Yeah, obviously, the dispatcher was really the bottleneck, and we tried to, with all the different roles being able to pull themselves. Yeah. Then we had a little bit to organize the waiting room in different piles.
Categories,
so in different categories, so you need synchronization in the waiting room, actually.
That also, knocking and all that.
Yeah, all that. So that was pretty fun, pretty interesting, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Someone else? We're so tired from dispatching patients. Okay. No, that's pretty much what I have in this game as learnings, and you can basically interpret a lot more into this. But yeah, it's one way of simulating that let's go back to the numbers again, that it really makes a difference to change from a push-based system to a pull-based system. Don't put too much on your plate. Don't put up more on your plate than you can eat. Don't tell me that with desserts, but okay. It is a single change, but that makes a whole big difference. And I think that I can leave you with. Yeah, thanks again for playing. Thanks for being interested in that. And I need to do a bit of cleanup here. Let's have a break so that people can get coffee and refreshments, and then come back here in like 15 minutes. Is that okay? Do we need more? 15 is good? Okay. Then let's say 12, let's go 12:20. Okay, thank you. 1:30. Lunch is at 1:30. then it's okay. Otherwise, if it's an odd number in there, then that number is wrong. Okay, enough with clinic games. We're not on schedule, as you may have seen. So let me ask, who has something to show for the developer workflows? Dave has something. Okay. Then hook up your machine and then we'll fill that. It doesn't need to have, again, this time. I will fix it on the schedule, on the wiki to have more accurate time. And yeah, if we go longer, then we can also do the long conversations after lunch. And so we'll catch up. That's why we also have a bit of open slots as buffers. What do you need? HDMI?
Yeah, and probably a reboot.
Oh, a reboot even.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
This is a temperamental laptop.
Well, let me try this.
Oh,
And hook you up to
read
that. Or we give you a mic. Well, that's probably better to do because I was just hooked up the nice way. A short thing. Patrick M. Hausen wanted to talk about bootloader thingies. He found a bug, apparently, and he needs someone to talk about that. You can also come down later and give more details, just so that I don't forget.
It looks blank, doesn't it?
Yeah, but comes back, typically. I will hook you up in the meantime. Needs to be close to the voice generator.
Okay, we still have one screen. So unfortunately, we've got a reboot here before we get any screen time. But very briefly, most of my work is ports committing and now package-based building stuff for containers. So I have two small things to share, and I expect other people will have much better ways of doing this. Give me a moment here to get through the... We might switch to my puck. Gonna go. Okay, we're supposed to see something by now. That's not good.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
I'm afraid I do not know this. Okay, I'm going to give up. I'm not going to spend 10 minutes here trying to get my laptop to go, but very briefly, I have a pretty standard sort of Git workflow where I rebase a bunch of patches most of the time, whether it's source or ports. I have 3 to 5 things in flight, maybe 10, 15 for ports, and ports are kind of the worst because I seem to be continually rebuilding CMake, LLVM and Rust all the time, and I would love to find a clever way to avoid doing that. The key problem is that the packages that are available tend to lag the ports tree that I have locally, and I need to find a way to know exactly the commit that the ports tree packages are built from, and that is the last point which I should rebase from. Once I've got the ports built, I do my Pudria thing, and now I will also run a source build package base, and the output of that then is 2 directories which I wanted to show you with all the packages locally in it. I serve them up over a bog standard web server, and then run the actual tests, which in my case are containers mainly, on an ARM64 system and an AMD one. And without a working screen, I'm sorry, that's about it. So, unless anyone else wants to go next. Yeah, for work stuff. Yeah, my work stuff is now almost all ARM64, apart from one essential Minecraft server for my kids. Yeah, so the ARM64 stuff now is really nice, big Ampere systems, and Beehive works, Jails work. It's a really nice, fast combo, and it uses less power than pretty much anything else in the house. It's really amazing how low power they are. Big win.
Where did you get it?
Ordered it from a German company because in Europe, and there's equivalent ones in the US. I can send you the link for those. Yeah.
I've looked at them briefly and they seem eye-wateringly expensive.
Yeah, it kind of depends. When you're already running servers and you compare them to, like in a data center hosting, power is a large part of that. So you can go, okay, over 3 years, I'm paying this much per power versus this much per power, and then it's not so expensive. Yeah, but they're not. No, they're not hobby toys. Yeah. We'll have one more reboot and then we'll call it a day. No, no luck. All right. It's not now, but later maybe for the next one. Maybe Mark wants to give us an update on his Bricolé tooling. No? Oh well.
How many of us here know what Bricolé is and what it's good for? What Bricolé? I think it's Mark. Can you show it?
Wait to be live? Yeah.
Because I was using it just before I started this talk. So, yeah, okay. So, how do you do kernel development on a laptop without rebooting your laptop constantly? If you're doing driver development, you're probably out of luck, but if you're not, it's very useful to make use of virtual machines just for, testing kernels. You can boot them quickly, you can, just edit sources. You can create a kind of edit, compile, test loop pretty easily. So the problem on FreeBSD, if you're doing this, is there's no real tooling around it. You have to build kernel, install it somewhere, install a world somewhere, make a VM image out of it, boot the VM image, have some way to attach a debugger to the VM. You can do all these things, but there's no kind of wrapper for all of it. So in the past year or two, I wrote a tool called Bricolé, and I just have a sample invocation on the command line that I was using just now to develop something. So the basic idea is you use a single tool that knows how to build a VM image. It knows how to boot it under Beehive. So for instance, you can see there's a parameter there, VM boot :hypervisor equals Beehive, so it can use QEMU if you want to test on other platforms, like if I wanted to test on ARM64. I give it a path to a source tree. I tell it which branch I want to use. Reboot equals true is specific to my workflow, but I'll show that in a sec. I can have it install particular packages, that kind of thing. So the point is, when I actually run this, and I'll just do that now for the sake of actually having something to show. So it starts by building world. It'll do so incrementally by default, so it's not going to do a clean build and compile Clang and all those things. It's a bit slow on my laptop because it's running off of my battery, but yeah, as it's running, it'll automatically go into a build kernel, then it'll build a VM image, and then it'll automatically boot it. And then I can start testing right away. So I know a few developers who use this for various purposes, like, sorry, I didn't prepare this at all, so I'm just rambling. The point is, it's a uniform framework for doing all this kind of stuff. So one of the other things I often want to do is run the FreeBSD regression test suite in a VM. So again, without a tool that can actually set that up for you, it's kind of a lot of work. But using the same Bricolé command, you can ask it to boot a VM and then run the regression test suite automatically. And you can do things like, install a bunch of packages that the tests require, like a lot of them require Python, for instance. Yeah, it's still installing. You can have it run tests in a loop over and over if you're trying to reproduce an intermittent test failure. There's all sorts of things, and the point is just to have a kind of uniform command line syntax to inject parameters. So if I want to, boot a RISC-V VM with Python installed, and I want to run the PF regression tests, and I want it, to use a custom kernel config, I can do all of that with a uniform command line syntax, and I have a build error. And that's my fault because I was developing something. Yeah. What if I just... So to give you an example, I don't really want to do that rebuild again. So I'm going to add a parameter which just says, instead of running all the builds, I'm going to override the list and just install a kernel. And that'll hopefully be faster. Because you have a uniform syntax for all the parameters, you can add like shell completion scripts. So I can use tab complete to complete these fairly long command line invocations. So like, I just did that now. But yeah, so just to, again, there's the general syntax is just the sort of task name. So FreeBSD source build, in this case, is the thing that actually builds the VM image. And then you can see, it'll auto-complete all the different parameters that are available for you. So I find that very useful. OK, great. So this time it actually worked. It booted a VM for me. Another thing I did with it was I auto-installed a couple of scripts. So this debug and panic thing, those are just scripts that I wrote outside of my VM, or I wrote on my, in my Git checkout, and I told Bricolé to put those into the VM image before actually booting it. So those are some scripts that I've been using to, let's just. Oh, and you can see also during boot it installed all the packages that I asked for. So I asked for GDB specifically because I'm doing some GDB scripting. So it did that automatically. And now the point is, I want to panic. And the VM will just reboot. I added my own panic just to test this. And then I have this other script that I'm using that starts GDB on the kernel dump that was just created. So it's just a panic in PF because I wanted to test a GDB script. It's not really important. But the point is, like, I can do all this with a single command. So, you know, I'm panicking the kernel. I don't have to reboot my laptop every time. It's really convenient. From another terminal, I can SSH into the same VM. So you can see, sorry, there's a lot of text there, but you can see there's an exec line which is telling you that Relay is executing a command, and it, you know, it SSH'd into my this VM that I started. So you can do, sorry?
Just as trivially with a command line, you can attach the debugger from outside of the VM.
Yeah. Yeah, so the same thing here. Yeah, so as Christoph said, yeah, I can attach, instead of SSHing, I can also attach a kernel debugger, which is really handy for debugging kernel panics and so on. So, for example, if I do this from the console of my VM, oh no, it panicked. I can attach a debugger, and now, like, it's all in my shell history. Like, I don't have to think about it. It's really, it's just very convenient. So yeah, I don't have X started. I can't show you it. There's a GitHub repository that contains the script. It's all one big monolithic thing.
The README file has a couple of useful examples.
Yeah. So it's just a giant Lua script. But yeah, the point is, oops. So here's a list of all the kind of tasks you can ask it to do. So for what I was just showing, I just did the kind of bare minimum, where is it? FreeBSD VM boot. So that just boots a VM. But you can do things like run the regression test suite. You can run the dtrace regression test suite. You can, do the same thing for OpenZFS. You can ask it to run the system, or a syscall or system call fuzzer. So it's really just intended as a framework for encapsulating all of these development tasks. And yeah, like I said, a few other FreeBSD developers are using it, and occasionally they ask me to add features. So if you find it useful, do I have links installed? Yeah. Well, okay. If you go to this URL, this URL here has the utility. Yeah, like Christoph said, there's a README which tries to provide a bit more kind of context. So here's another example. If you want to run the PF tests, you can just specify this parameter. Yeah, so it's very much a work in progress. It's not very well documented, but I find it very useful. So if you're trying to do some kind of development, it doesn't have to be kernel development, but something that benefits from this workflow of being able to boot up a VM quickly, I'd encourage you to give it a try. And if there's any missing features or bugs or anything like that, please let me know, and I'll try to address them quickly. So over time, I'd like this or something like this to be the sort of official way of building FreeBSD, in particular doing things like CI. The point being that, if I want to run tests, I have to, in order to do that from CI, if you're using GitHub Actions, for instance, you don't want to exhaustively list all of the commands you need to do, all of the actual commands you need to run in order to build a VM and boot it and run the test suite, all that stuff. All that logic should be encapsulated in a single command like bricolate that knows how to deal with all the kind of idiosyncrasies of running a regression test suite. So I can show you just by looking at the code. So if you want to run the regression test suite, you should load all of these kernel modules. You should install all of these packages. You have to set some syscontrols. You don't really want to replicate all of that manual setup in every single CI framework. You want a uniform command for doing that kind of thing. So this is my sort of attempt at getting to that point. Yeah, does anyone have any questions or comments? Yeah.
So you said you had this on a laptop, which would have both battery and also performance of bottlenecks for it. So
oh, not the white one, sorry.
So my question would be, have you considered or have you implemented a feature to possibly link this to a build server somewhere to then be able to build much faster and also not drain your battery when you're on the go?
Yeah. So should there? Yeah, I've been asked this a couple times and I haven't. So the answer is no. I don't have any particular affordance for that kind of workflow, mostly because 90% of the time I'm working at home on a big build server that's under my desk, so I don't need it. Or I just, us is I can do that from here, right? Just. Oh, am I on Wi-Fi? Yes, I am. So, yeah, I think it would be useful to be able to somehow distribute some of this work. I don't really know what shape that should be. I guess you could have a remote shell version where you can ask bricolate to exec itself on a remote system and do as much as possible there, but if you want to boot a VM locally, I guess my question is, so under what circumstances would you not have SSH access to that build server? Or why wouldn't it be sufficient to just SSH?
Sure, but couldn't you technically easily add a feature where it would STP over the whatever source tree you're using, and then execute it on the remote system? Because sure, you could do it yourself, but
yeah,
that means that every single time you want to do it, you would have to then copy over your source tree, then execute it on a remote system.
Yeah, I mean, copying the source tree would be super slow, though, right?
Yes, especially if you're on not a lot of. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's. I mean, tear it up and copy it over, but that's still on Wi-Fi. That's going to be pretty painful.
Yeah, that's going to take ages. Yeah.
So.
My workflow is also very much I have a remote machine that does the bricolate run, but I also just edit code there.
Yeah, that's. I find that. So I mean, that's not so nice if your IDE is if you actually want to run your IDE on your laptop, but with something if you keep the sources on a remote system, I think that's probably the way to go. So using
but you wouldn't need to support it though because you'd already have it on the same system. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I don't have a coherent model to make that work. My solution is just have a big build server locally and not worry about it. Sure. And then, like I said, when I'm developing, I also really want I don't want to build world and build kernel each time. So it uses incremental builds by default, which is marginally faster than not. And then I showed earlier you can override the build targets on the command line to just build the kernel. So if your loop is just I'm trying to debug something in the kernel and I just want to touch the kernel and reboot, you can ask it to do that, and that's actually significantly faster. So even if out of the box it's not as efficient as possible, you can ask it to take steps out of the build, and that usually speeds things up enough that it's fine. I was developing some GDB scripts, just sitting here on my laptop. It's not as fast as it could be, but it's fine.
technically, couldn't you, like, technically, couldn't you have some sort of temporary branch which you, would automatically, as you know, you wouldn't want to mess up your commit. But technically, you could commit it to a temporary. You could make a temporary commit, pull that down from some remote, and then you'd only have to push the specific changes for it. And then that means you wouldn't have to copy over the entirety of the source tree.
Yeah.
And that could technically work. But then also you'd have an issue of you've now made this commit, and you'd want to undo that commit after because you wouldn't want a temporary commit within the source tree.
Yeah. I mean, for private development, that's I often do that. I'll just be like git commit -m whip work in progress, and then just push it, and then. You know, yeah, that's not as ergonomic as I'd like, but you can do things like that too.
I do enjoy the ability to just edit, not even push, and have tests and stuff.
Yeah, for an interactive development, a nice interactive development experience, it's very convenient to have everything on one machine. So.
There's an article in the FreeBSD Journal from like a year ago describes a remote development workflow. Like you rsync your source tree to your clone mode, push the changes.
Yeah, rsync. Yeah, rsync would be a good compromise as well.
There's a whole article describing it like step by step to do this.
Yeah, that would be a good way to do it as well. So, are we out of time? Are we trying to kill more time? Okay.
More questions?
I'll show a script that I've been writing just for Christoph, but I'm going to find it useful too.
I'm very demanding. I will also point out that Bricole makes it a lot easier for me to run tests with KA-san, KM-san.
Yeah.
So just for the crowds, that I find Bricole very useful to run tests with KA-san, KM-san kernels. Arguably, it might even make my life better if I ran my workstation with a non-debug kernel and then did all of my debugging in Bricole, but I like occasionally running the tests on real hardware too.
Yeah. So this is my build server I'm logged into here. So this is much faster. Actually, for demoing this script. So to illustrate Christoph's comment there, if I want to build with a KSAN kernel instead, I just add another parameter. And this is much nicer than invoking make directly, right? You know, if you make a typo in some variable, make won't tell you. It's just going to silently do the wrong thing. You know, not having to know which layer to plumb everything through is very useful. Well, you kind of still have to, but yeah, it's really easy to just kind of modulate your workflow like this. So I'll start again, and I'll demo the GDB script that I've been working on, which I just got working this morning. And hopefully my battery's not about to die. Cutting it close. Oh, yeah, that'd be pretty sweet, actually. Is it USB-C?
Yep.
Yeah.
You can go for hours now.
Amazing. I don't have to stop talking. Yeah, so this laptop is not the fastest. Oh, but I can also just do that. That will probably help a bit. Come on.
How do you inject commands for it to run? You just like rc.local and then.
Yeah. So Brad asks, how do I actually inject commands? So I'm really not set up to, oh, actually, maybe I can demo here. Sorry, give me a couple minutes. I didn't prepare anything here. So my workstation, well, this, why didn't that work? Sorry. Okay, so I'll let that run in the background. Wow, why is it rebuilding the whole kernel?
Oh, because you changed the kernel config.
Thank you. Right. And so, yeah, it tries to be pretty verbose. It'll tell you all the commands that it's running, so that, sometimes it's useful to copy and paste. Like, for instance, you can see the beehive invocation. You can see, like, there's this make image command that it uses to actually build the VM image. That sort of thing is all very useful. Okay, so again, we panic the system, because why not? Let's really make sure it doesn't. Okay, so on my workstation, I'm preparing to run the regression test suite. So again, I didn't really have to tell it all that much. Bricolé is automatically fetching all the packages that I need. It'll cache them locally. It's fetching them now because I think they just got pushed to PKG. Yeah.
Just surfaced.
Yeah. So there's quite a few packages there. Okay. So, here's another useful thing that I do. So with Bricolé, you can ask it to add a 9PFS share. So if I want to share a directory between the host and the guest, is a 9PFS? Yeah, it works fine. It's not particularly fast. Like, I've tried doing builds over 9PFS, and that's quite slow. I think the default 9P request size, maximum request size in our file system is very small, and that's potentially part of the problem. What am I doing? So I just copied some files from the host. Okay, now I have this thing. Anyway, so yeah, going back to my build server, it booted a VM, and it just automatically started running the regression test suite.
May also be useful to demonstrate the reports that after the test is done, you get more information.
Yeah. What's a good way to do that? Oh yeah, we'll just use a subset of the test. So I can kill the whole thing. Oops. And if I just want to run a subset of the regression test suite, like if I just want to run the bin sh tests, you just add another parameter and let it go again. Coming back here, my module password messed up. Okay, now it works. Okay, so demoing that GDB script, I triggered a panic in pf test. So if you're familiar with the network stack in FreeBSD, there's all these variables prefixed by v underscore pf status, and those are virtualized variables. So every time you create a VNet jail, each VNet gets a copy of that global variable. So this global variable v underscore pf status, it's not a true global variable. There's actually multiple copies, and depending on which VNet context you're in, the actual global variable is different. So GDB doesn't know about any of this. So if I want to actually inspect the value of, wait, where was I? If I want to look at the value of a VNet variable, that doesn't work. So I added this script, vnet.py, which I'm going to commit to FreeBSD pretty soon. So it's, I don't know why that line is highlighted. So you can see actually finding the proper VNet variable is not a simple affair. But now I can do some magic. Yeah. So it'll infer the current VNet context from the thread that was executing. So like the currently selected thread in GDB, you can also do things like specify the VNet jail yourself. I don't have any other jails, but yeah. So now you can print global variables. You still need to use this special syntax, $, capital V, but I'm going to set it up so that when you install a FreeBSD kernel and just run KGDB, it'll source all of these scripts automatically, so all this syntax will be available to you.
That was one of the big remaining pain points with vimage.
Yeah.
It's fantastically useful for testing. Allegedly users like it too, but who cares about them? But it's painful for debugging.
Yeah.
But it is way too useful for testing.
And we need more tests as always.
Yeah, well, I can say it all again if you haven't heard, but vimage is fantastically useful for testing. It's why we have firewall tests, why we have network stack tests. But the debugging can occasionally be really painful. I know that the Netflix people get annoyed by it. And I understand why it is annoying to debug, but now Mark fixed that, so.
Yeah, very grateful to Mark for making these scripts happen, but I actually already have muscle memory to how to dereference any VNet variable. Once you commit that, we probably need to ask some doc committer to add this to the FreeBSD Developer's Handbook.
Yeah.
So that it's not a tribal knowledge.
Well, yeah, what I'll probably do is, so when you run, so after my commit, once you run KGDB to open a VM core, it'll run the script. So we can do things like, hey, you have a bunch of custom commands now, and then just put some inline documentation there or some reference. But yeah, it should be, I need to work on some documentation as well.
Should we add Python as dependency for GDB?
It already is.
Ah, okay.
Like if you install GDB from ports, or like the pre-built package, the Python support is compiled in. So same thing for KGDB, it should just work by default.
Okay.
Like the KGDB in this VM, it's just the custom, like I didn't modify it at all. It just works now. So on my other terminal, I ran the bin.sh tests, and they all passed. If one of them had failed, you can run this command, like you add the report verb, and it'll give you detailed output from the test itself. So I find that's really useful. And Brico will do things like run tests in parallel. It just does all the kind of common sense things that you want to do. And so it hides all the details of the it hides most of the details of the configuration from the developer, but then it exposes tons of parameters if you want to tweak them. So for instance, I added just this dash dash show, and it gives you an exhaustive list of all the syntax is kind of ugly because
I need to stop just reading the code to figure out the syntax then.
yeah. So the tab completion helps, but then yeah, you can also list all of the parameters exhaustively.
User, and I think you only did bash completion.
I only did bash complete. Yeah, I only use bash. I don't know. I don't. It's probably not too hard to add. Yeah. Like writing the bash completion stuff was pretty hairy because it's just arcane. I don't know how this works anymore. I wrote it like a year ago and it just works. I haven't touched it. But yeah, if anyone wants to contribute ZSH completion handlers, that would be very useful.
The thing is, I suspect a lot of Bricolé users have like one or two different types of invocations they always do, and once it's in your history, you kind of stop caring about the way you call it.
Yeah, I use shell history a lot to remember these commands because they do get kind of verbose. So on my to-do list is like a configuration file or like an ability to define aliases, much like you could for git commands or something like that. So you can set default parameters and keep your shell history a bit cleaner. But in the meantime, this also works. So, yeah.
I think there's an argument, well, maybe not a great one, but an argument to be made that you could make the argument that just having it all be explicit in your shell makes it a lot easier to just send a command line to another developer with, hey, this is how I break it.
Yeah. Or you could, have another Bricolé subcommand that expands an alias. And like there's a bunch of affordances I'd like to, a bunch of UI changes I'd like to make. It's just.
But really, once you've used it once or twice, you kind of stop caring about the verbose syntax and just start being happy that I can fire off one command and get stuff tested. I can walk away and come back when it's done.
Yep. Yeah, it's.
I've been chasing a bug that is not very frequent to reproduce, but I can reproduce in Bricolé. So just being able to go while Bricolé do sleep one done is also really useful, because then the machine can just sit there and run the tests until it finally panics.
Yeah, so yesterday we were talking about, there's some kind of rare race condition in the network stack. I've hit it with Bricolé a few times, but it's hard to reproduce. So it's always triggered by running the PF tests because the test or the panic involves VNet jail teardown. So if I just want to run those tests in a loop, I mean I can run this particular. So I don't know, it's probably pretty hard to read, but I'm asking it specifically to run the PF tests here, and then I can do other things like ask it to run the tests in a loop. I think count. So like if I want to run the regression test suite 100 times, then just do that. And then walk away, and hopefully by the time I come back.
There's a subtle difference here in that it will just run the machine once and then run the tests 100 times.
Yes, which might not be what you want.
You might also just want to restart the machine after every test run. Which is, that's what the while command is for.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty easy too. So if I don't want to rebuild everything, sometimes I'll just set the build targets to none. Because like I just built a VM image. I haven't changed anything, so why rebuild everything? Oops, make targets.
Did you also have Git bisect integration?
Yeah, sort of. I just committed a script actually. So one thing I've done to bisect regression test failures is, oops, sorry, I'm a mess.
I mean, it's already a lot easier because it's a single command to run it. So you can have one terminal with your git bisect and another one with Bricolé. That's what I've been doing.
So yeah, I wrote this.
Can you change the or can you tell it that it's a dark background, because that's difficult to read. That works.
So there's a little shell script in the, I don't know if I pushed it yet, but the point is you can, if you have a particular test that's failing, you can, and you have a known bad and known good revision, you can use this wrapper script to actually drive the git bisect process automatically. Because the exit step, well, yeah, so you just run report and grep for failures, which is a bit primitive, but it actually works pretty well. So you can just, this is very handy.
It's great when you're bisecting test failures. If you're bisecting a kernel panic, then it's not quite this.
That's not quite this. So, so what I do is I run, so Bricolé uses a Lua library called Orc, which is now renamed to Porch by Kyle Evans. It's basically expect, but for Lua. Let's see. I don't know if I can really. So you can actually automate interactions with the Beehive console. I don't know if it's super clear here.
Well, it's still harder, yeah. But
so it's kind of like, it's basically expect like kind of thing. So you can do things like wait for a particular string to appear and then send input automatically. So this is, when you boot a VM to run the regression test suite, I use this little snippet to just get into the login shell. So one of the things I like to do is add in some code that will match on panic strings and automatically, give you the ability to customize how that's handled. But yeah, right now if it panics, then it just stays at the console until you attach a debugger.
Which for a lot of use cases is fine, because then you can attach GDB and you can go and inspect stuff.
Yeah. It would be nice if it attached GDB automatically, so you're not spinning all your cores waiting for somebody to do that. That's kind of annoying, but yeah. And so here, just running the PF tests, it's going to do that. It's going to run the entire PF regression test suite 100 times, all in parallel. If I want to SSH into the VM to watch it do that, I can do that? Apparently not. Oh, because, right. I have to do that from the right computer.
Wrong machine?
Yes. Nope. Oh my gosh. Sorry, SSH latency is a bit high. So yeah, I don't know if it's useful. You can run top in the VM that's actually running the regression test suite. You can see it's running a lot of Python scripts and doing all sorts of stuff. You can see the QA command. Yeah, so I don't know, it's pretty imperfect. I'd like help documenting it especially. This is like just a side project, so I work on it when I have time, but it's useful enough that I use it for most development. So there's a few areas where, if you're doing driver development, that kind of thing, this is not so useful. PCI pass-through with Beehive might be one way that you can integrate Bricolé into that kind of workflow. But
yeah, but hardware being what it is.
Yeah, I don't have a good story. So it's not universally applicable, but the intent has always been to also make it easy to do, it doesn't have to be FreeBSD kernel development. You can do user space development. You can, my intent is to add support for running other third-party regression test suites. So if I want to install the Python regression test suite and run that in a VM, that should be a single command. If I want to do the same thing for, I don't know, what are some...
Is it a port?
So I think the ports framework has some support for running regression tests against a particular target.
I meant, is it a port of Bricolé?
Oh, there is no port. It's just a thing you have to fetch from GitHub at the moment. I should probably add it at some point.
Yeah. I've never actually installed it. I've just always been running it from the directory. I checked it out and built it in.
Well, because it's like an in development test tool. It's not finished. It changes pretty regularly. So I think that's probably a reasonable thing to do.
But yeah,
at some point it should be productized a bit more. Yes.
I've been using it long enough that I'm fairly firmly of the opinion that unless you're doing driver development, if you're doing anything in the kernel, you want to look at this. All right, and you can cross-compile with it, right? You can QM. You can if you happen to have a bug that only happens on RISC-V, you can get Bricolate to build you a RISC-V VM and run tests in that.
Yeah. So you can do this to do assuming QEMU isn't too slow for your purposes. What else? I use this to do cherry development sometimes. Like I will use Bricolate to build VM images that I can boot under on a Morello system. It's just
there's a cherry QEMU as well.
Yeah.
Which is what I used a while ago, and I know that cherry is not intended to find bugs, but it is also incidentally quite good at that.
Yeah. The whole point of this thing is just to have a single container where I can dump all sorts of ugly hacks and logic that make my development experience a bit nicer.
So that means that us developers don't have to remember how do I tell Beehive that I want to be able to attach a GDB, and then how do I tell GDB to attach to it, and
how do you load all the symbols for your kernel? Like, there's all these stupid details that you can.
What packages do I need to install to run these tests?
Yeah, it's all just a bunch of crap that you have to memorize if you don't use something like this. And I don't know. I don't really care to learn that kind of stuff, except when I need to. Or I don't care to learn that stuff more than once, rather. So the idea is, you figure out how to implement some workflow, you express it in this kind of janky Lua container framework, and then hopefully forget about all of the details, and it'll just work. At least that's my hope. So I'm just going to leave these PF tests running and see if I can reproduce that panic that Christoph and I were talking about. But yeah, I think I'm actually done talking, and it's about lunchtime, so that's perfect.
Yeah, this clock is not perfect.
Oh, okay.
It's lunch in 8 minutes.
Yep. Okay, so what I was just looking at the GitHub page. It's documented somehow.
There's a README, but like.
Yeah, it's better than nothing.
Yeah. But yeah, please open issues, or if there's anything that's not immediately clear.
Could you maybe start something on the FreeBSD wiki, like some quick start stuff, so that people can have a broader interest in that? Because looking at GitHub is kind of third party outside of the project. Yeah. Or you can just reproduce the README on the wiki to have something to point people to and try it out. Because you also want to probably get feedback and.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if someone points me at a particular wiki, like I don't know where on the wiki.
The FreeBSD wiki.
Yeah, no, but
you heard about this?
Which, yeah. If there's like a.
Well, ultimately it would be included in FreeBSD. That's what I.
Yeah, at some point it should be a bit more official. This is just a side project that I've been slowly hacking on.
Because from the wiki, we could also put it in the developer's handbook without having without you having to do that work, unless you want to, which I don't think you want.
I mean.
But yeah, it sounds interesting. I don't get much from it as a doc developer, but I can see the usefulness.
It might not be immediately useful, but the point is that it should be extensible in a way that's, like, if you have some sequence of obscure arcane commands that you have to run in order to I don't know, build the doc tree and validate it.
Yeah, it's more all in one.
Yeah, and then I could hopefully run, Bricolate run FreeBSD docs compile, and then, it'll do some like I don't know what that means, but the whole point is. You shouldn't have to, like, I hate READMEs or tutorials that are like, run this thing and then, download this package and install it, and then as a root, start this service. Like, I just want all that kind of crap to be hidden.
More streamlined.
Yeah. Like.
Anything else from the audience? Because that's really what this session was about, like developer workflows, how do you work, how do you make your work more efficient?
Like, if you're trying to set up a CI system for FreeBSD,
you need a better CI system, you mean?
Well, like if there's a whole bunch of different platforms, right? You can use GitHub Actions, or you can use Jenkins, or I don't really know what folks are using. But the point is, like, I don't want to have to define, a script or some kind of complicated integration. I want a standalone tool that can do all the things, so I can integrate that into every different possible CI environment, including my own local build machine, and just have this be the canonical way of running tests or something like that.
And just give it jobs to process and get the output.
And then your CI invocation is basically just like do it, just like a single command, and then you're not locked in so much to GitHub Actions or anything in particular. I mean, I understand that it's not usually that simple in practice, but
or have to deal with yet another vendor specific option that I need to present. You want to focus on the main parts, not just individual CI pipeline configs.
Right. So, yes, that's my naive, vague notion. Right now, I don't do proper CI with this. I've set up systems where it'll automatically fetch FreeBSD source, rebuild everything periodically, run the tests, send an email, and then that sort of thing is very trivial to automate with this tool. So that's the sort of thing I would like to see more of.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Yep.
Do you prefer Mark or Mark J?
Just Mark is fine.
It's kind of the same, right?
There's a couple other marks.
I can.
Try not to rip my shirt here.
It's stuck. Yeah. There we go. No, it's running all the time.
Oh, okay.
So lunchtime for an Yeah, the white one
use
is the
it's-
very last.
It's perfectly good, but it's easy. These are easier to identify. So you ready for your mic?
Yeah.
Chin up. There you go. Good. And then are we going pretty much straight into the multi-talk?
Yeah, I need to get the people to talk actually, to find who wants to talk. But okay. Yeah, that goes. Welcome back after lunch. I can talk normally, okay. How was lunch? Good? Woo! Yeah, it was really good.
Lunch both as a general concept and in the specific.
Yeah, it's a good idea to have. Okay, should we do Dave's core-ish session first or this one? This takes typically an hour, and it's a fixed hour. Dave first? Dave point? Okay. Dave? We postpone this and switch these two slots. Plot twist. All right. Hopefully Dave figured out his DRM configuration. You got it? Yeah.
If not, we'll steal your laptop because it's a web thing. So.
Well, this one.
Genau.
You need to charge as well?
No.
Fully charged? All right. Then I'll need to hook you up again. I learned chin up as a command, but come on. Yeah, exactly. You're getting very good at this. Oh wait, the other way around. Because otherwise it's facing away from you. See, I learned quickly.
This is Benedict putting the wrong cable in because he doesn't know our secret.
Okay. Oh, that's probably from Mark?
No, it's mine.
Okay, sorry.
If you need one, I can lend you.
Oh, if it's necessary. Okay. Yeah, I guess.
No, we should be good.
Materialize in a minute. Yeah, thanks.
So. Habe ich das hier falsch gemacht? Der.
Oh, this is really the wrong one. This needs to be in. Do you have a second?
No, das ist der richtige. Wir haben das getauscht.
Yep.
See?
No, we worked this out before.
Ah, okay. Then I'll.
Yeah, we're not promising it goes now. So I did that, and then we did Lumina. That. Add screen. Yes.
Again.
Yes. Yes. It's Unix. I know this one.
Excuse me for a second, because I just want to, when you have a minute, I want to change your mic.
Yeah, now it's good.
Perfect. This, hold still, and there you go.
All right, very good. Do you see it here? What's that number? That's 4, is it?
I need the extension for it. Wait,
Oh yeah, great. We are. So, we just get the mouse.
Share more, but it doesn't work with those ones. There's a protection against that.
Cool. Here we go. Fuzz. So a little more than a year ago, we had our every 2 years election in FreeBSD, and I decided to run for core, and I didn't really know what core was about, and I suspect many of us in this room also don't really know. So this is, what is it like on the inside from someone who was halfway through their term, a year on core? You can please some of the people all of the time, all the people some of the time, but not all of the people all of the time. And that's important to bear in mind. It doesn't matter what you do, you will not be able to get everybody happy. And so the whole time we're making trade-offs between doing something productive, reaching consensus, which takes time, and sometimes doing something in the middle where we don't have consensus, and even amongst core ourselves we might not agree, but we try to make progress. And I think personally, when I look back over the year, I think I made some mistakes. Sometimes we got it right, sometimes we didn't. So I volunteered because it was mentioned we needed more candidates, and I was a little apprehensive because it's a 2-year commitment to a task where I didn't really know what I was putting myself up for. I didn't know what it would entail. There were no clear objectives in mind. I couldn't look at some sort of outstanding list of core tasks and went, oh, these 3 things really appeal to me. I would like to help on that. And I talked to a couple of other people saying, how much time does it take? And I got some figures back that seemed reasonable, but in hindsight were perhaps inaccurate. Yeah. It wasn't quite advertisement, no, yeah. So the first 6 months. So this is generally, the first couple of months, what happens is we meet every 2 weeks for an hour, and we do async communications over email and matrix. And like any group, when you join a new company or you move into a new circle of friends, maybe you meet some parents of your kids and you move into this community space, it takes time. There's a framework, the name of which escapes me, but it is, let me think now, it is, I can't remember. But it's norming, storming, forming, and I've got the order of that wrong, but in any group what happens is you get together initially, you start talking, there's inevitably a little bit of conflict, and then you start to settle down and form the way your team functions, and then at the end of that phase, in this framework it's called norming, you have reasonably clear expectations of how each of you works, how the group functions, how you handle disagreement. Every group is different, but every group I've worked with over the years will always go through these 4 stages in some way, shape or form. And as you can imagine, that is very difficult and slow when you're in different time zones, come back from different cultures, you have language barriers, and the only thing that you have in common is that you all think FreeBSD is awesome and we should do more of it. Yeah? So organizing meetings is around time zones, and we also have regular meetings with the foundation, and we need to find a common time for that. My big learning from this is just organize the meetings in advance for the year, and you won't get 100% of them right, but if you try and organize every single meeting individually, you will spend the first 3 months not having a meeting, which to a point is what we did. One of the first tasks we need to do in core is we appoint a secretary, so we're very grateful to Renee, who was there, once again for doing this task. Secretary is really foundational because it's someone who comes in already knowing how a lot of the project functions, they know all the people, and it's not an obvious thing that you would think is critical, but Renee has been someone who's done this many times in the past, and we should be very grateful for doing this. We have a liaison role, so each of port manager, source manager, doc eng, cluster admin, foundation and release engineering, and I've probably forgotten some, has one person on core who typically wears 2 hats. So I'm on the Rilling team and also on core, and our job is to pass messages back and to make sure that if Rilling wants square unicorns or whatever, then core's job is to make sure that we find the people who have these unicorns and share them. That's a really important role, and it's not something that you would immediately think of when you go for core that I might end up being one of these people. And we read the previous core team handover notes, which vary in quality and documentation, but it gives us an idea of what people are grappling with. So one of the other tasks we need to do in the first few months is figure out what's important to us, what are we going to do, what are we not going to do, what things have to be cleaned up. And the list is quite long. So as I said, it takes time for a group to find its rhythm, and you need to figure out what the work is. We spent a lot more time doing code of conduct stuff than I expected. It is important work, and it is often urgent work, but it also gets in the way of doing the other long-term stuff, which is maybe not urgent, but is also important. You need to get a feel for how different people work and contribute. Some people have come into core with a very clear focus. They only have a small number of hours to work and they're very efficient and guarded with their time. They make good use of that time, but they don't have a lot of flexibility outside that. And that's important to respect. It might be 2 to 4 hours a week, it might be more, it might be less, and people's availability varies massively. For a time we were -3 members, so we had Mike Carroll's pass away during the election period, that's one down. Tobias was also unavailable for family reasons. It still is unavailable, so that's another down. And we had at various times one other person, myself for a bit, unavailable through illness, and that makes a big difference. Because we're a volunteer organisation, you don't have an expectation that those people are there, and often, speaking from personal experience, you don't know until it's been 3 weeks that you're actually not going to be able to keep up with your stuff and you're actually ill, but you only know that in hindsight. So it can be that tasks get lost, deferred, delayed, and there is not a great deal you can do about this as a group. I touch on what we could do better at the end, but that's the reality. So, yeah, as I said, for me, the last 6 months, overloaded, ill July and August, behind on everything, and I was too tired to switch context. So I have work, I have family, holiday, and the thing I wanted to get done for 15 release was the Podman docs, and I just stopped doing it because it wasn't fun anymore. And I think that's a really important point to bear in mind, that your people on core are people too, and we have all the same constraints in our lives and our motivations and our health that we all do. There's not some mysterious cabal where people go into core, suddenly receive training in a cult, and thereby stop being developers and start keeping secrets. It's easy to fall into that trap. Sometimes we're just too busy. So what's important? And you need to decide what you want to accomplish, and that's critical in setting priorities, and it's also critical in telling people, yeah, we're not going to do that thing. It is important, but it's not important and urgent, and in the time we have, we are not going to be able to do the other things that we think are more relevant. And I think that's something as a community, we could do a lot better at deciding what we want to accomplish and being more clear about it. There's a thing called the Eisenhower matrix. So Eisenhower was first a general and then a US president, and it's basically a quadrant, and all of the things that you have to do, you put into these 4 boxes. It's either important or not important. It's either urgent or not urgent. And you fill up these boxes and you realize the stuff in the not important, not urgent stuff, you're probably never going to get to. So you've got to be upfront about that. And there'll be many things that are in the urgent and important box that you want to do, but you can't do all of them. So you have to make some choices. And so for me, the last 6 months has been thinking a lot about what are the things where I can make a difference, and to pick less battles. So those are my 3. Number 1 is working with the foundation. Before you make any changes, you have to understand the system, why it's there, how it functions, and why it's the way it functions the way it is. It is very, very easy to assign malicious intent, to assume things about people's motivations. And my experience has been universally that everybody I've worked with in FreeBSD, from the foundation to the community, cares deeply and puts a lot of their time and their emotional labor into doing it. And that's worth restating. We're all on the same team. The second one was the AI policy. This is not necessarily technically difficult, but it requires collating various different points of view from many different people and trying to come up with something that is both short and clear and usable, and at the same time doesn't constrain people from doing things in their own world. So it's an interesting exercise, and I really enjoy that. And the last one is something they haven't started on yet, but Warner has been working for some time on some changes to our bylaws, and it's important that we do those. And obviously there is a deadline. We have to do that by the next election. And one of the main pieces that's in this is today, as core, every 2 years we finish one group of, one set of members, and then we start almost from fresh with another bunch of people who have very little context, and there's not really any handover. So what I would like to see here is that we have an election every year and rotate a portion of the members on core. That will do two things. It will massively simplify the handover process. Instead of having people coming in after 2 years and losing all the context and all the history, you'll have a slow change every year of those people coming in, new people coming in and understanding how things fit. There's some other things around that, but that's the most important piece. And interestingly enough, that also plays into how the foundation works. So if you think of this from the foundation side, every 2 years there's a complete change in the people you're interfacing with directly who represent the project. They may be very interested in working with the foundation, they may be completely disinterested, and they may not be involved at all. It may be very difficult to get stuff done, and you won't know until it actually happens what this next core is going to be like. So from the foundation's perspective, they have to work with their budget, with the people they have every year, irrespective of what core's engagement is going to be like. And that is one of the big reasons why I think there's this ongoing tension sometimes between parts of the project and parts of the foundation. It's because it's very inconsistent. And that's on us to fix. So by having this annual partial changeover of core, we start to maintain more consistency, and that helps everyone work together. So that's the sort of stuff I'm interested in, and that's the sort of stuff I'm working on. Conduct. Conduct is generally hard and sometimes unexpectedly so. The fact is we do not have a clear, transparent process. And I want to touch on two specific things that I think I did wrong this year. Number one is we need to hear all sides of an issue, and we need to do it promptly. And we also need to be able to communicate back regularly. What are we supposed to communicate back? How do we do it? And that is not easy to do. When you file a code of conduct complaint, you're really doing three things. You're saying, I've had enough, I can't deal with this situation myself. That's one. You're asking for help from people you trust. That's two. And three, you're expecting some sort of outcome. That's the third piece. And we don't have any of this written down. A few years ago, I think the foundation organised some training for people on core. The feedback I've had from those people was that it was very valuable, but it wasn't, at least to my knowledge, put somewhere in a way that the next core would pick this up and go, okay, I see what I need to do. So there's a clear process failing that we can work on. Privacy is expected as a matter of respect for sensitive and potentially inaccurate information leaking out. And I really want to emphasise that last bit, potentially inaccurate information. A code of conduct complaint is from one person about their view of a situation, and invariably, because we're human, we will emphasise some things more than others, some things we will think are not relevant, and the other person has a perspective on that too. It is very, very hard to look at that information from someone you know well in the project and understand someone else's perspective in that. It's a generally hard thing to do. So we have to trade off as core the requirement that we keep stuff private because it might be inaccurate, because it might also be quite harmful or embarrassing to people, and that is in direct conflict of making things as transparent, as open as possible. And so from my perspective, having a documented process makes that a lot easier. It means that if you log a complaint to core, you have a reasonable expectation of how that information is going to be held, how it's going to be treated, and also what we're going to do to ask other people involved in this as well. At times it's more than a full-time job, and I mean that literally, more than a full-time job. So we have a bunch of volunteers who are varying degree of skills and competence in this area, and at sometimes there's more than one person can handle on this. And that is a really difficult problem to solve. How do we deal with something where the situation is evolving faster than you can read emails on a mailing list? You go to bed, you wake up in the morning, there's another 15 emails. Some of them are directly to core, some of them are private, some of them are public, and the situation starts to get more and more out of hand. So we get to a point where we need to make a rough consensus, and the fast response time is much better than full consensus too late. There are some things we need to do that we do need that full consensus, and sometimes the timing of that does not line up well with external influences. And you will never know until afterwards whether you made the right call. Could we have done that faster? Yes. But then we wouldn't have had full consensus, and we wouldn't have had the wide-ranging set of opinions that we have. And finally, there's no granularity and consequences, and this is a very difficult thing for an open source project. The ultimate consequences is that people lose their commit bits or their mailing right access or something like that, and that's quite extreme. It's a very abrupt and antisocial way of dealing with a problem, just to close the door and say, you're now on the outside. And I think if I was on that side, I would feel really personally attacked if that happened. I would feel really bad about it, and I'd have a bad taste in my mouth for months or years to come. And we don't have any sort of granularity between saying, please don't do that, and you've lost your commit bit. It's such an extreme difference. We need something in the middle where we can say, we ask you to stop. We have it in our process that we're going to do this, and our expectation at this point is that you will make changes. And if that doesn't happen, then we go to this next stage. But we need to be clear, and we need to be upfront, and it needs to be public, at least not the internal discussion, but the process itself, so that people can say, all right, I think I was being reasonable. My email was completely in line with our community guidelines, but other people have told me it's not. Maybe I need to reassess my position. So mailing lists, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. So in the 10 years or so I've been involved in FreeBSD, it's roughly every 6 to 12 months we have a thread that will not die. And I struggle to understand why otherwise extremely intelligent, competent human beings do not understand that if you have a mailing list and you talk about religion and politics and racism and other things like that, that you will never get 100% agreement. We know this, and yet we still choose to reply. Heretic! Yeah, it's a heretic, exactly. So a strange game, the only willing move is not to play. I personally feel that there is very little productive stuff that core can do on mailing list threads that will not die, other than to say, please stop, it's hurting me, all right? It seems bizarre, but that really is all we can do. We can do it in private, we can do it in public, but that really is all we can do. It's from a process perspective, from a people perspective, and a technical perspective. We don't really have any other ways of monitoring that sort of conversation. So going forwards, this is some things maybe we could do. This is my personal view rather than everyone on core, but I don't think I'm saying anything really controversial here. Mailing lists. So we have our mailing list today. It is what it is. They don't have any technical moderation options, and to a degree, a technical moderation option is not a very good one anyway to dealing with interpersonal issues. You really need conversations, and you really need time to talk to people. So the problem from core's perspective is a situation starts off with relatively innocuous conversation, and it strays from time to time around the edges of what's relevant to FreeBSD, and that's quite normal. And then sometimes it goes completely off track, and it gets inflamed, and more people want to chip in and give their 2 cents, because that will obviously calm the situation down, and it will ensure unity, and their particularly incisive comment will make everyone agree with them. And we all know that doesn't happen. So the problem is, what do we do? How do we, when we see these threads beginning, how do we step in early and, without being extreme, just remind people gently, can we just get back on track here? The original topic of this thread was actually pretty good. Can we continue with that and leave the interpersonal comments to one side? So my suggestion is just to reply, we don't do that around here. So this has worked very, very well in my other open source project, Apache CouchDB, for a long time. And the trick here is to find the bit of context that's not important in an otherwise useful email, reply specifically to that piece. We don't do that here, and then get it back on track. Okay, then bring it back to the technical discussion, to the thing which is clearly relevant to our community, the thing that's clearly appropriate for this mailing list. So that's something I would like all of you to think about and to try and take in hand, that when you see these discussions and you can see they're starting to get off track, do your 10 cents and say, hey, we don't do that around here, and then go and answer the thing that we do around here. It's an experiment. I think we should try that for 6 months or whatever, and then see where we're at. Changing the culture of a community is hard. It is very hard, and we have 30 years of being FreeBSD, long before my time, of doing things a certain way. We have people from Asia, from Europe, from Eastern Europe. We have people from Africa, from America, from New Zealand. We have people from free speech countries. We have people from countries where speech is oppressed. There is so much that we will never agree on, but we all agree that contributing to an open source operating system is a lot of fun, and it's a great community. So we need to do that. We need to remind people gently and clearly, please circle back to the top of the hand. And that's something we can all do. And if it does get out of hand, then people know they were reminded and they understand the context of that reminder and they chose to ignore it. And then it is something that is more actionable by core. It's more reasonable and it's not extreme. You were reminded, you were asked to respect our rules, and you've chosen not to. It's not great. I feel like this is like a 50 or 60% solution, but I think it's better than what we do today, which is wait for the explosion, wait for the thermonuclear thread, and then just hopefully the mushroom cloud will dissipate if we all ignore it. So it's really helping the community, all of us here, to de-escalate and to disengage on topics that are well out of FreeBSD related topics. And finally, we should review our technical moderation options. I don't know what these are, but I do know that mailing lists from 30 years ago, there have been other tools that are more effective for this, where you can mute topics, or you can restrict an individual's ability to reply for things for a period of time. Maybe it's time we moved on. Maybe people feel that this isn't really a big problem and that we can quite happily continue the way we are. But I can tell you, I've spoken to many, many people who on forums and on mailing lists have stepped away from being involved in projects like FreeBSD, like Apache CouchDB, because of hostile, uncomfortable speech. It is very, very demotivating, okay? So we have a trade-off, a choice to make. Do we continue with how we do things today? Do we try a gentle reminder, we don't do that here, and get back on track? Do we look at avenues that may help us do that from a technical perspective to resolve a social problem? For code of conduct, faster response, less full consensus. Particularly in the early stages of core, we're figuring out where we all stand on various things and how we interact, and it takes too long. It really does take too long. We need to be faster about it. We need to have a documented, transparent process with clear communication, and it needs to be outcome-based. So when I think about issues of conflict, the question I ask myself is, what does success look like? Does it look the same for everybody involved in this? And what is the outcome I want? And I try and work backwards from that to what we're doing and hopefully inform my conversations with people. And it's not easy to do. It's very hard to decide whether the action you're proposing to take will make things better, and for whom will it make things better? Does it make things better for the individuals? Does that harm FreeBSD in the wider context? And is one of these things more important than the other? There are other things to delegate an individual on core to own each case or communication. So a good example is we had one issue over summer where it started with one person who then went on holiday, so someone else picked it up, and then they were on holiday, and then someone else picked it up who was on holiday, and that led to a very unsatisfactory, frustrating set of conversations for everyone along the way. Our communication wasn't stored in a place that was easy for people to access, and we lost a lot of context because we're on holiday, because we're volunteers. And we can do better for our community on that. Coordination. Yep, so I mentioned that we're swamped by urgent versus important. I think that's the same for any volunteer project. It's the same for our bug tracking list. It's the same for our priorities on whether you add new features or fix bugs. Everyone has this. And I think we can tweak our core workflow a bit to help that. And in particular, again, this is something that we can probably document and that future secretaries and core members then can use as a reference to say, here is one way of optimizing our process. Judging from this morning, the right person to pick is obviously Benedict to help on that after his doctors and patients game this morning. And we need to hold ourselves to accountability for each other. And at the same time do that in a way that's helping and supporting. I think many of the points I've outlined today, those of you who are involved in volunteer stuff other than FreeBSD in your day-to-day life, you'll nod and go, yep, I feel that, I've been there, I've had those problems as well. We need to construct the work we do in a way where the next step can be picked up by someone else if we're not available or if we're too busy to do it. I think that's, question time. So maybe if Gleb and Hiroki want to come down, any other questions, feel free. Oh, one thing I should have added, if someone had asked me now, would you still do it knowing what I know now? The answer is yes, but I would probably think more carefully about how I allocated my time and to set better expectations for people who were expecting time from me. Greg.
So I'm not super familiar with Warner's proposal. I'd be interested if you could maybe give a really quick summary of that. I don't think that it changes who's eligible to serve on core, but maybe it does.
No.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that? It seems to me like we may be missing out on some qualified people who have time to give and maybe are, I'm not saying that the current selection criteria or eligibility criteria means that the people who are necessary to serve on board are not capable of dealing with these sorts of situations. But it's often not what they find most satisfying. So, anyway, so just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so Water has other things in the pipeline, and I don't really have them top of my head to give a pithy summary. But if we, so let's take your question, like, could we get a better group of people for the project if our membership wasn't restricted entirely to committers for that? We definitely could. I think one of the things I didn't put up here is that in the last 6 months, I have developed a really robust understanding now of the amount of volunteer effort that goes into keeping servers running, rebooting clusters, upgrading and patching them, doing release engineering. It's a real pile of work, and unless you're close to that, you don't really have an appreciation for how much work goes into that. And that understanding is something that's very hard to get if you're not involved in the project. Yeah. But the skills that we're missing would be very useful. Other questions? Christoph, do you want to?
Small remark. I think you were suggesting that there might be better people to help with conduct issues.
Well, the conduct team used to be separate from core. So if we found people who were really enthusiastic about dealing with conduct people, they don't necessarily need to be core. That's another way to approach it.
So I'll just repeat Christoph's question, which was, do conduct used to be separate, and if people were interested in that, then they could get involved in it. But yes, if we had people who were not part of the project who were interested in that, then that could be useful. I think, who did I speak to? I forget who I spoke to, but someone said the reason it stopped being separate was one, there wasn't enough interest in doing it, and two, all of the issues that were raised eventually ended up going to core for a final decision on things anyway, and that part of it wasn't working effectively. Yeah, I think personally having people who have
Sorry.
hopefully that wasn't me. Where was I? Having people have trained experience in resolving conflict or in mediating is really helpful. And often if those people are not directly involved in the project, that gives them a level of, what's the word I'm looking for here, distance and perspective that could be missing. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
Which one you take?
Hello. Okay. So I was the one running the last core election, and I had some bad experience, good experience, whatever. And after that, I actually sent a mail to core with some important points. It was in the core report, but at a certain point, it was dropped. But one of the more important topic from that mail I just want to rephrase is, I know like how difficult it is to handle the code of conduct at the core team, because I have been the core secretary in previous terms. The problem is like the core actually never publishes code of conduct reports. That is perfectly all right due to the privacy issues and other issues. But what happens is, what is the possibility that a person who has violated COC multiple times is actually running for core in an election? So there should be actually a transparent way of letting other developers know that, okay, someone is running, not a problem, but they had COC violation in previous histories. So this has to be collected differently from source manager, port manager, and docking, because there are some code of conduct which comes to core. There are some code of conducts which do not even come to core. Those are actually handled by individual teams like port manager, source manager, or docking. So like, how do you, what is your plan to actually let other developers know? Because what happens is like the developers are actually blindly or emotionally casting their votes. Because what happened was when Mike Carroll actually passed away, we saw like how the entire dynamics was changing and how every people was actually just changing their votes and what happens. So it's much more emotional, and I don't know what happens. So what is core's plan on this actually? Because it will actually become code of convenience rather than code of conduct at some point, because if some COC violators is actually sitting in the core, we cannot like expect like what COC is going to happen in future.
Yes, I think there's two or three pieces in here, none of which I have a good answer for. The first point that Boyd raised was what happens in the election if one of the candidates running has had a history of code of conduct violations or difficulty dealing with people, but in a relatively small group, that information is not known, and you risk putting someone who potentially thrives on conflict and is not so interested in consensus or resolution into a relatively small group. I don't have a good answer for that. We don't store code of conduct reports in a way where you could generate any useful data from it to collect history by reporter or by people involved and make some decisions about that. My gut feel is that is a very difficult problem to solve. And I think it's very problematic to make that sort of information available without full context. It's very, very difficult. And I think to a point is we would need to balance the privacy of the individuals concerned against the expectation that people who repeatedly violate codes of conduct maybe shouldn't be in the project to start with. And that's perhaps the issue. If we have people who are doing that, then perhaps they shouldn't be in a position to stand for election. And the only mechanism we have for that today is to remove people's commitments. Yeah, I don't know where mine went to. I don't think that answers your question, but those are the two issues that are there, is how do we preserve people's privacy? How would we make that information available? It's something I don't feel comfortable to answer, and I want to go to someone who specialises in this sort of thing. Say, is there a way to do that? Yeah. But as a volunteer, I don't see an easy way to do that.
Ha, let me grab the mic for a quick round. So your slides really reminded me of my times on core, my 2 times, the beginnings and the whole backlog you get from the previous core, and try to figure out who does what, or liaisons. So it's not unique, the pain that you're going through. I'm not saying it could be better, but it's not unique to that particular core. And many of you, or all of the core candidates, started with things they want to change or improve, just then to be completely overloaded by that avalanche of daily things to worry about, or stuff you had to taken over from previous core. So what about the idea of having, so my plan, if I ever run for the next core, 3 times the charm after all, to have like caseworkers where you say, okay, there's an issue coming in and you have someone, maybe someone in that time zone or from that particular area in the project that takes care of that, rather than waiting for 9 people in different time zones and, you know, on holiday or whatever, to get to a consensus, which is much harder, takes longer, and that person is just waiting, not getting any reply, rather than the reply from the core secretary, yes, we got your message, we will reply in time. So maybe that's one thing where we have a dedicated person that is the contact person for that person writing in, and it would give the rest of the core team time to run on their own agendas they plan to, and also figure other stuff out that's also coming in. The other thing I was thinking about was, should we try to move this rolling core membership thing moving on, so that there's typically, I think the idea was bringing in 3 new people every year and then cycle 3 people out, because it seems like there's also, in my time on core, there were also inactive people, and you also wait for those answers because you don't want to not involve them as well. But if they don't work, then it's difficult to wait for their answer, right? So cycling in, I don't know, you can talk about whether it's 2 people or 3 people, whether how often you cycle them in, but generally that idea of a rolling core, that might be something we could think about to avoid the burnout that effectively happens sooner or later, sometimes sooner.
Yeah, definitely.
Which means we also need people then to fill those roles. But if they see, it's better to run just for a single 1-year shorter core term rather than being on core for 2 years, which can be very long, or they just try to see what it looks like, and without having to have a big commitment in that team already, just tasting the water a little bit.
So I think without having spent the last year doing things and being involved in things, I wouldn't have the experience I have now to understand where I can make a difference. So from that perspective, you need a longer lifespan. I think once you've done it once, a core member, you can come back and it's not going to be that different. You have much clearer expectations. Right. If you're involved in source manager or port manager, then you have a lot of that context already. So I think that's different for other people. I think having working groups is something we could try for specific issues where we say, okay, is there anyone from the community interested in working on or leading this specific thing? For example, defining a code of conduct process. It's not a complicated thing. It's a non-trivial thing, but it's not complicated. It requires collecting up 4 or 5 different processes from other organizations that are similar to ours, looking through to see what fits us and coming up with a way of doing that, and then getting input from people who have been involved on either sides of those issues, say, yes, this would be better than the ad hoc, non-documented, inefficient process we currently have. Working groups, I think, are a good way forward for that. What else is on that list there?
So I also want to...
AI policy as well would be another example. And we had our first discussions in core privately on this in a couple of meetings, and then I moved it off to reviews and mentioned it at BSDCon as well. This is where it's at, because there's no need for that to happen behind closed doors. We're not disrespecting anyone's privacy. It might have been better to form a specific mailing list to discuss it there. That's another option.
I also think that kind of work is similar to like government work, like, oh, the higher ups, what are they doing all day, right? But core is working on things. They just cannot publish stuff yet. They are working. They are talking also in different channels with people, sometimes directly, some with prior core members who have also experienced that they definitely share. So core is active. Of course, there's also times when members are inactive, don't get me wrong there, but typically many of these tasks are long-term and can't produce results right now, but at least reporting on them would be better. You have something about these?
Monthly core reports are a thing, but they could probably stand to be religiously observed so that they get published in a timely way, and perhaps with a little bit more detail as well.
So Renee pushes us very hard for a response on that, and we've not been responsive to that.
I have no doubts.
Which you could notice, yeah.
I'll blame Renee for being too nice. He should ask more forcefully.
So that, in regard to...
Yes, but Renee never would, so it's a good idea, but it's not going to work.
So Moin mentioned like what information could we publish about candidates for election, and one of the things we could publish is core attendance. How many of the people who are standing for re-election made it to more than half the meetings, for example. Now, I'm not saying the meeting is the only measure of work. But,
well, yeah, that was going to be my remark. I'm aware that we have people on core with difficult time zones, and it feels a little unfair to punish them for that.
Yeah, but those people are really good at attending.
But perhaps there are other ways for core to maybe in their reports to demonstrate who is working on what, so that because it's an inherent problem, right? It's clear that not everything that core does are things that could be public. So how do we know who's doing what, and if we are happy with who's doing what?
Yeah, I'm thinking of one specific example where I would guess I've spent 2 hours a week for 3 months, at least probably, just talking to people, getting feedback, trying to bridge agreement, and I don't know how I could put that in a report that would be practical and fair, and yet it's important work for the community, and that probably won't see fruition for another couple of months, and in the end all it'll warrant is a single small line, and I think a lot of our work is like that. It is very, I'm not saying boring, it's time consuming, talking to people in different time zones, going right, okay, right, then spending a couple of days mulling it over and thinking, okay, now I need to talk to person X, and then finding little by little the bridging the gap till you get to a point where there's consensus and stuff moves forward.
Maybe the metaphor you're looking for is that being on core is like system administration. If you do it right, everybody will say, what are they even doing? And if you do it wrong, everybody will be angry with you.
It's definitely like that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
One other quick suggestion, I think, is when core receives email and says, we will get back to you,
we should put a date on it.
Try to include an actual date.
Yeah.
Because we'll get back to you, in an hour, in a day, in a week, in a month.
So a great example of that is code of conduct stuff, where currently your response will probably be, secretary goes, got your message, but what we actually need to have is secretary goes and randomly appoints someone to say, this is your one, you need to reply to this person within 24 hours and follow up with the contact, for example, something.
Sometimes reasonable follow-ups are, because of these and these reasons, we've not been able to do anything, so here's a new deadline. But there's a huge difference between, here's a deadline and you will get some form of update and, okay, we're working on it, and silence.
Yeah.
I just also want to mention that core is not just frustration all the time. Core also has, or being on core also has nice times, right? Where you can make a difference and make things move along that you didn't like. Wow, I wanted to stop with a positive note and it completely bombed. Okay.
I'm going to stand further back so when the lightning hits you, Benedict.
Well, Benedict's right. I think one of the most satisfying bits about it is I have met so many more FreeBSD people. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and you have a different insight into the project, like how it works and what prior things there were that other people have worked on already.
And all the Herculean efforts that people go to make everything happen, from releases to snapshots, to just log into Freefall and proxy my SSH out to get to my home server because it's not possible at this conference. All that stuff just works, the conferences as well. People like Renee and Benedict who have been at every conference that I can recall doing the things. It's a great thing to be part of, yeah.
But I think in this core particular, there is a lot of new people, which is also good, because if it's always been the same people that get voted in, which is good to have that experience, but also we want new people in there to have a bit of, you know, fresh blood, prototypical one.
Can you give us a straw poll here for how many people think the notion of a rolling core is a good idea?
That's a good idea. Like in here, or?
Yeah, just an informal thing, because it's been an idea for a long time, and it's got, like, my understanding is that there are bylaw issues and all of that, but just how many of us think that's a good idea?
Suggestion.
I didn't hear what you said, so you need to give your mic.
Well, Benedict should just say it.
Yeah.
Well, you can say it, even though
Yeah, might as well. My pedometer is super happy already. Me walking around the whole day.
Sorry, I'm trying not to monopolize the discussion. It's just this rolling core thing has been an idea for a long time. And my understanding is there are some bylaw issues and all of that. But I just wanted Benedict to run a very quick straw poll for all of those here who are eligible to vote for a core. How many of you think that this rolling core thing is a good idea? Can you raise your hands? And just for completeness, those of you who think it's a bad idea, can you raise your hands?
For reference, last time, the one time we had an attempt to change our bylaws, that was one of the changes. It passed, I think, like 60-40. We just didn't get a quorum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we should take a book out of Belgium's approach for constitutional change, and we should just do it and pretend that it was constitutional.
That's how it works.
All right, so for the stream. So in the past, we did attempt to make that change and 2 others. That one in particular, I think, did pass by like a 2-to-1 margin, like 60-30. We just didn't get quorum by the rules and the bylaws. Christoph then said that the solution is something along the lines of, you know, do from scratch, kind of yet another revolution. And that actually is part of Warner's proposal, is that we think the only way that we can actually change the bylaws is just an arbitrary vote that we're going to adopt new ones, not by trying to follow the current process.
Yeah, given electoral participation, the only way we could get quorum to change under the bylaws is for core to kick everyone out of the project who doesn't vote.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Anything short of kicking everyone who doesn't vote out the day before the end of the election is not gonna get us to quorum. Our quorum rules are insane.
Yeah. I mean, but
it's absolutely impossible. It's 75% of the electorate. Nobody gets that kind of turnout.
I mean, but a new revolution is also just fine. I mean, that's how we adopted the first one. It was just arbitrary. Kind of like how you adopt a constitution. You know, here's our arbitrary standard for what constitutes success, and as long as everyone in the community agrees with that standard, it works.
We derive democratic legitimacy from continued participation.
Yes.
That's a good phrase to end on. Yeah.
Okay, so now that we have most people liking that idea, how do we make sure that it's at least implemented for the first time?
And not be second system syndrome.
Yeah.
Yeah, small incremental changes.
Well, at least you can say core proposes that based on the result of this room here, which is not representative, but representative enough for the people who actually care to go to these conferences and participate. And then maybe have a second official poll, but I guess the results won't be any different. And then go into changing that, because if you want your core to be remembered by that, then I would say go for that. And that would improve not only that core, but also future cores in the way that the whole project runs.
Sorry? Oh, you could just ask me to look on my IRC. Which bit am I looking at?
Wonderlosh says he wants someone to return his email.
Hello, Warner.
I'm just trying to find the first one. Oh, okay, I quote. I have new bylaws kind of ready to go. Excellent, that's me. 2/3 of voting, half voting is likely sufficient. We made the bylaws too hard to amend. And then he says, get core to return my email. Can someone please tell the room I have been trying to make contact, please, please, please. There we go. Warner, I will reply to your email. You got it?
Yep, I've got it.
Yep, and I'm here for the rest of the conference, as is Gleb and Hiroki, so please come and ask us. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, up next, we could either do the smaller section with some smaller topics that are fairly quickly, or do the long conversations next, which is typically roughly an hour. Let's vote, because voting seems to work in this room. Or at least people raise their hands. Who wants to do the, okay, 3 choices. Break, long conversations, or smaller section? Who wants to have a break first? Not too many, okay. Who wants to have long conversations next? Oh, great. Who wants to have the smaller parts next? I don't want to raise middle fingers. Okay. Okay, woo, great. So let's do a break. Maybe the feelings in the room will be better afterwards. Let's go until 4, half an hour break. Is that too long? Yes? Yeah? Okay. Until 4, then we'll be back. Refreshed. Hopefully. Want to talk outside, it's perfectly normal at a Dev Summit or conference. I just want to give people who actually submitted a talk or a discussion to have a chance to give that talk, and maybe the discussion isn't as long as anticipated and we can catch up with the schedule, and that also gives people time to talk once more. The next session is from Greg, based on his talk yesterday about the enterprise working group, and now he wants to use that time that we have all in one room, or a lot of people in one room, to talk about the areas that they are currently focusing
on. Hey, so a few folks came up to me after my session yesterday and said, hey, why don't we, when's the next enterprise working group meeting? And so we meet on the third Wednesday of every month, so it would be in October. But I had also kind of meant to mention during my talk yesterday that it might be nice for us to meet, or for anybody who's interested in this topic, to just kind of find some time. It could be during a break, it could be at lunch, it could be, for a few minutes now, right while we're all here, if you're interested, and dive a little bit more deeply into some of the areas that we're continuing to be focused on. So like, as I mentioned yesterday was kind of like a report out. This is how we got started and all the different things that we've been focused on. Many of them have been cleared out and are being completed by other groups. So what I thought I would do really quickly is just remind everyone of the things that we're still focused on. So management by API. And you don't have to remember these links, because for each of these, I've got a subsequent slide with a QR code. So you can, maybe do that little dance that we've learned how to do between your phone and your computer. Or I don't know, does anybody use their computer to take a snapshot of a QR code? Will that work? I never tried that. Anyway, so I've got I don't have documents for all of these, but I've got docs for a few of them that are just intended to be either kind of like a draft product requirements doc or draft user documentation. So like for Active Directory DNS integration, it doesn't seem from the conversations I've had with most folks that there's a lot of feature development that's required. It's more just documentation. How as a user do I integrate these two to have have them work together really well? And then for support for running AI workloads, I was chatting with someone yesterday, and it sounds like, with CUDA still being a blocker, there are some ways to run LLM models directly on FreeBSD without that middleware layer. So I did a little bit of research and I've started a doc on that. So without further ado, this QR code takes you to the status report. So this is still a Google Doc, so it's still a little bit of a draft. I welcome any and all feedback on this. So if you see something that you think can be improved or is confusing or looks incomplete or whatever, just say so, mark it up, add a comment. Really interested in your thoughts there. And then again, always can be edited after publishing, but my thought is I'll publish this on the Enterprise Working Group wiki page. This is a draft PRD that I put together and socialized with one of the folks who is most involved in this effort, Matthias Pizarro. And I think they're sort of generally kind of past the sniff test. So if you're interested in getting a sense of what this is about, and if you have thoughts on ways to approach this, I think there's a lot of different ways that this can be approached. I was talking to, I don't know if Till is here, but I was chatting with him last night, and he has, comes from the Illumos community and has been doing some work on a sysconfig approach that there may be some ideas there that would apply here. So again, please, take a picture, do whatever, and add your comments and raise your hand if you'd like to be involved and participate in this conversation on a go-forward basis. You're really more than welcome. Support for running AI workloads on FreeBSD, because there's still no native CUDA on FreeBSD, that rules out most of the NVIDIA accelerated machine learning stacks. But there are other options, right? There's ROCm from AMD. There's been interest from the FreeBSD community. I know that there's continued interest from the FreeBSD community in getting that to work on FreeBSD. And then there's other things, like what I mentioned earlier about maybe just running LLMs directly on FreeBSD and not even worrying about that middleware capability. So again, this doc is very, very draft, right? Super preliminary, but it's intended to be a starting point with documentation around what the options are, and again, encourage you to check it out and provide your input. And then this is not really, this came up as in a enterprise working group call. It wasn't ever really something that was in scope or a topic that we were tracking, but Jan provided a detailed sort of proposal for some thoughts around regular synced base and port snapshots, which I've kind of taken the transcript from the call and created this draft proposal out of that. I've run that by Jan. He said, yep, that's high fidelity in terms of what I expressed on the call. And I've also shared that with other folks who are involved in package base as well. So yeah, I guess happy to use this time to talk about any of these things, but I'm also happy to yield and allow others to talk if there's not a lot of interest in engaging on these topics right now. So whatever the group would like to do, I'm fine with. And then just to kind of tie it up, there's a few things that we're working on that I don't have a document for. So Samba, Enterprise Certificate Authorities, the VirtIO checksum issue, and then the two new areas, really we haven't kicked those off yet. I would imagine that we'll do so on the next meeting, which is in October. So that's enterprise-focused documentation improvements and distributed storage solutions for cloud-native applications. Thoughts, questions? Anybody want to see those QR codes again? Really, my primary aim is to give everybody who's interested in being involved the tools and access to the places where we're collaborating on these things, but no need for me to be up here talking about this stuff if y'all would rather focus on other things. So I'm gonna take that as I'd rather be focused on other things. Doesn't sound like there's a lot of interest in this topic right now. That's fine. No, it's fine. It's totally cool. So am I handing it over to Michael? Or, yeah? Okay.
Everyone gets their fair share of time slices. Thanks, Greg.
Yep.
Is Jan here?
ping him.
Jan Brandham?
Yeah.
I can ping him?
Yes, please do. I'm the messenger.
You need him for this session?
It's his, he initiated
okay.
this, but I can give some context while we locate him.
Okay.
I'll go hunt him down. Yeah, he's probably outside.
Yeah.
And can we do 2 microphones, given that?
We have 2 microphones.
Beautiful.
Yeah. The red one and the green one. Well, you
Cool.
should know this.
I lift heavy things.
Yeah, that too, yeah. We're resynchronizing eventually. So that's the format, okay.
Hey, it's comfy.
Yeah, I know. This
Wait,
other
wait.
one has a huge coffee stain. I hope it's coffee.
Should I not sit here?
No, they're just tuning levels. Oh, yes, that's Jan, okay. Why don't you two do this microphone thingy?
Cool.
On the 2.
Yeah.
So then you have to pass it back.
Oh
and
yeah,
forth.
that would not be ideal.
All right.
I'll set some context and then Jan can take over with details.
That laughter.
You just got a screen up here, buddy, from Greg.
I don't know what they're doing.
Okay. Are there any ZFS users in the room? 1 or 2? Go. You are cordially invited to the Open-ZFS User and Developer Summit in Portland, Oregon next month, 25th through 28th. Garrett Woolman will be there. He's been someone visible on the mailing list for years and was delightful in person last year. And in the context of this whole ZFS things for, many, many years now, how to interact with it on your own terms has been at times a mystery. And thinking back in 2005-ish terms when ZFS landed, early Sundays, the official way to interface with it was strictly the ZFS and Zpool commands, and you ran the commands and you got stuff out of them, and you used your Perl skills to parse the output of, say, Zpool status and whatever your regex of choice was, which was not the most handy approach if you, for example, had an appliance that used ZFS, etc. So over the years, there have been various ways to interface with ZFS to make it be more machine-friendly than human-friendly. And thinking back to all that parsing of Zpool output gives me flashbacks to early smart control from SmartMon utilities where, wow, the output before the XML output was neither human-friendly nor machine-friendly, leaving maybe some alien race being the native speaker of that output. They did bring in XML support, bless their hearts, and we have JQ floating around, but they would update the format without updating the schema version. And it's like, oh, so close, so close. So in all of that broader context, the ZFS command, ZFS if you prefer, does now have XML output. That took time, but yay, there is now some more machine interfaceability, etc. And I believe Zpool, but we still don't live in a world where we have, say, UCL in and libxo out in whatever format you want in and out. So as a baby step in the right direction, along came channel programs such that you could have some amount of Lua scriptable control over ZFS. And that was better than nothing. It appears to be rather backup oriented, so you could manage snapshots with them, but heaven forbid you want to create a data set in a mechanical way. And it's in a broader context where we probably won't achieve perfection, and the ZFS developers have had their various forms of internal libZFS, and then libZFS core used by channel programs. And then just to really add some spice, there's a Python-based libZFS interface that's a handshake agreement on stability. And naturally, the developers don't want to be limited by guarantees by an API. But people on, say, production user calls, et cetera, really, really want an API that they can bang against for their, be it their snapshot management tool, be it their rapid jail deployment tool. And I do invite you to Jan's talk on Saturday, where he demonstrates some rather cool things with jails and snapshots and key point, package base, and all the things about rapidly creating jails with persistent data and underlying OS that can be upgraded underneath it. And well, hopefully that's an adequate preview. But here we are with a question of what does good enough for a consumer of libzfs, like in this case Jan, have for some includes within the FreeBSD base operating system. Because congratulations, FreeBSD, it's, I believe, the only OS that ships with OpenZFS. In base, committed to it, it's not bolt-on, it's not an afterthought. Illumos does not ship with OpenZFS. There is a related discussion about reuniting those because, say, Tillerson and other consumers of Illumos in the room are a little frustrated not to have, for example, the aforementioned libx, the XML output, and I'm excited, all these new features, JSON output rather, thank you, JSON output. So anyway, Jan and I have been discussing this on the calls for probably years now, and it was a hot topic at the summit last year. And it sounds like we have a draft proposal of what this could look like and just be something that meets the needs of those who have a simple utility and possibly key point Samba's, what do they call it, shadow copy integration, such that users out of the box could use FreeBSD to have previous versions of things, which are typically only available on proprietary-ish NAS systems, where they very carefully choose versions of everything and are stuck with it and locked down to it, and off they go. So perhaps give the context from a library include perspective, and we'll hopefully come up with some consensus here.
Test, okay, that works. The problem right now is FreeBSD ships with libzfs and libzfs core, as well as their respective headers, libzfs.h, libzfs_core.h. What it doesn't install is the headers you need to make use of the library headers. So part of the Solaris personality, we are missing two headers to make use of the supposedly stable libzfs core, which is a subset of the API, which was supposed to be the stable API to libzfs, but that library is sadly, in its current form, incomplete. It is there, it can be used for reading a bunch of stuff, but you cannot even append to the pool history with it. So basically, in my opinion, it's not usable for anything which should show up in the ZFS pool history. What is possible is to use the full libzfs by copying 6 headers out of the OpenZFS sources, which are not installed on FreeBSD at all. They're needed to build against this library. The library is the full libzfs. Test? Oh, okay.
Because you have 2 microphones, right? Oh, this one.
We
have a question, by the way.
The full libzfs is internal to the OpenZFS project. They do not commit to making it a stable one. As Warner has brought up, this should have never been part of the stable API exposed by FreeBSD implicitly. Instead, it should be, according to his argument, a private API. But even if it's a private API, we should install all the headers to make use of it somewhere in user include private, which is what, in my opinion, should happen. That the headers are installed, but in user include private. That would enable us to make use of, for example, the Samba VFS module. That's not the VFSs in the FreeBSD virtual file system, but inside of Samba, there's a user space virtual file system. One module for that exposes ZFS snapshots as if you had a Windows server with volume shadow copies, so that Windows users who don't know better can just click at a file, right-click previous versions, and restore a previous version out of a ZFS snapshot, which is a really useful feature if you have Windows clients talking to your FreeBSD file server. But right now, the PR to bring that in is stuck
in review hell, doesn't make any progress because libzfs is stuck in limbo. We had a question.
Here, I can give you this one. Just don't name it.
Yes, we ran into the same problem during Google Summer of Code this year. I have mentored a student, Braulio Rivers, who has written a visual petition editor for FreeBSD. And he wanted to add the capability to edit Z-pools, to add ZFS file systems, mount them somewhere, and so on. And it turns out that the libzfs core we ship is not actually functional due to the missing headers. So we had to kind of bracket this whole thing and postpone it to a point where you can actually interact with ZFS from a C program without having to parse miles of text. So this is one of the things where it would actually make a direct difference to have a usable programming interface. We would have the ability to have much more advanced petitioning tools that do not involve command line utilities, but rather are visual. So this is just an example for a current project that has to be reduced in scope due to these shortcomings in libzfs core.
Can you take this microphone up?
Yeah, you can use this woolly thing instead. Too many microphones. Where was that? Question? Done? Okay. More questions? You need to compile something first, or? Okay. You continue if you have something more?
So I came across this problem. Is this working?
Then you get this back.
Okay. So I came across this problem when I wanted to write a C program which is not in base to quickly create ZFS file systems or clone snapshots, and if the specification and the reality disagree, make reality give in and compute a change list of what has to change and then execute that change list so that I can quickly converge to a new specification. The tool is still not written because libzfs is stuck in the state where I don't know the best way to do it. Whatever I do directly with libzfs will obviously talk to an unstable, uncommitted to API. So the way we package libzfs in FreeBSD should make that clear to any potential user that whatever you're doing here may work, but it's not covered by the FreeBSD API and ABI stability guarantees. So you get to use it and you get what you deserve for doing it.
Walk and talk session. Yeah, there we go.
The third didn't underline. Yeah.
So our current practice for private libraries, the way we do that and provide that ABI stability is we don't install the headers. And this is, or even the .a's. And this is true for many libraries in the system, not just CFS. It is true you can install ZFS from ports and you will have that thing that is stable even if you update the base system. That version of ZFS in ports doesn't change until you change together in sync with that. So it's not that you can't do this, but you have to use ZFS from ports as one route to do it instead of using ZFS from the base.
What I have found looking into my installed FreeBSD systems is that we have libraries where we insert private between lib and the actual library name.
For .SOs, but not .a's.
Yes, and then have a directory user include private where the headers for stuff like UCL and libzstd and so on go. It would also make the build in base cleaner because right now the bectl command in base does some really naughty things to get the ZFS headers into its include path. So it just digs through these kernel sources in contrib and implicitly knows where to find the headers.
Yes, we do this for every private library in the tree. The same things.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just ZFS. This is like our normal standard operating procedure for the libraries we can't provide a stable ABI for.
But the libzfs in ports is for the version of ZFS packaged as a port.
Yeah, because they don't provide a stable ABI between their userland and their kernel, you have to use them as a matched pair. And so that is like, so you are a bit stuck. Like, but that is one route to get unstuck, is you commit to using ZFS from ports, which moves at a different time cadence than the ZFS in base.
So historically, I would argue that while it was true that it is an unstable API by declaration of the OpenZFS project, OpenZFS is mature enough that it hasn't broken that API in years. So it's feasible for a port to straddle several releases if it ever has to, with a bunch of if-defs, because it's unlikely to see a complete rewrite of that library.
If it needs a bunch of if-defs, then it's not stable.
Exactly, it's not.
But you just said it was stable.
No, I said it is not stable, it's unstable. At least I intended to, sorry.
Oh, I thought you said it's been stable for the last several years, which is why it wouldn't be a problem.
It has been, as in, it didn't break. So they reserve the right to break it. They reserve the right to break it, but they haven't used it in a long time. So the expected frequency for users to see breakage is very low. Sure, in theory, every future OpenZFS release could break the API. That's their right, according to what they declared. And that's why we should make the headers private and put them in the private directory so that you don't even get tempted to build against it without intentionally doing it.
I think you underestimate the temptation of users. Using ZFS from ports does work, right?
I don't want to load the kernel module from ports for whatever development version of OpenZFS is there.
Well, but that may be your option.
Or I could copy the headers into my application because the CDL allows me, and that's what you will have instead. That ports will bring in the headers they're missing as patches.
Or they could depend on the port's ZFS if they're in ports.
In theory. But that's, again, you're now building with the wrong version of headers against the library. Or you're using the library from ports.
Well, yeah, if you use the one from ports, you have to use all of it from ports. That's how that would work.
You would. Or they could do even naughtier things and use the static library built from the same sources as the system. And yeah, it's not perfect.
I agree that there's no perfect solution.
Is there a door number 3, a completely different approach used by other tools following, we saw the example of libucl, the libz standard, like what can be done? Because the conversation's gone on for years and there's hopefully some path forward.
So all of these are kind of different because the libucl in base is supposed to be used only by tools in base, for example, to pass their configuration. Here we have a library to interface with what is effectively a driver. So you can't just say, hey, don't use it. Don't use this driver. Because you're not blessed to be in base. That's where we're stuck currently. And I would like to see a way forward which does not wrongly promise this library to be available as part of the FreeBSD API, the stable part of it, but also makes it available to those who are willing to live with the instability between versions.
If I had answers, I'd answer. Sleep on it, if you will. If it's a ZFS problem, we talk to OpenZFS and just see what common ground we can find. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael and Jan. Okay. our schedule became more and more dynamic. So are there any smaller sessions that I forgot? Or should we go into the long conversations since Michael and Jan already used those chairs in the way they are intended for? Sound good? Okay, then we switch to long conversations and we're back on schedule. For this session, I need a couple of people who want to talk here. The format I will show in a second, which is the following. We did all this. Here. Long conversations is basically two people start talking about any topic on stage, and then after 10 minutes, I'll be the timekeeper on this. I'll swap one person out with another one, and you continue talking. Could be the same topic, could be any other topic the new person brings in, your choice. After another 10 minutes, I cycle out the first person. So I have this schema here, so that you can get an idea how this works. And so there's always a new conversation partner, someone new. Once it's the first person, once it's the second person that cycles in and out, and that way, everyone gets to keep talking and everyone gets 10 to 20 minutes of talk time. Any topic, could be gardening, could be FreeBSD, could be dogs, cats, your preferred car, I don't know. Does that sound good? Is someone willing to start talking up here? Oh wow, not so many. I cannot decide. And the bad thing about this, I have no more prizes for the people who are volunteering. Any topic, something you always wanted to let the people know in this room, or the projects, or your BSD setup, the famous apps you're using. John is going, excellent. Who wants to start talking with John? That's your chance. Should we start talking? But I need to keep time. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. But I still need someone to cycle in after the time is up. I can point out people and force them like I did earlier, but that's not the usual thing I want to do.
All right, Christoph.
Yeah, might as well. Then you have it over with, right?
We just talked about effectiveness. We could talk about that some more.
You get a nice mic to talk into. And I'll... Well, what about the current life? That's more interesting.
Oh, those sins. Yeah, so, okay. Do you want to come back at the end, or do you want to stay here for two times?
Either way, whatever you prefer.
All right, I'll come back at the end. So you're on twice, I'm on once, and then we'll switch. Let's see. What do you want to talk about?
Well, maybe I can inspire someone to do a tiny little bit of work. A common frustration with bug reports is that users are extremely good.
Eat your mic.
So a common problem with bug reports is that users are extremely good at removing all useful information. So stealing stuff from another Unix operating system, they have in their panic outputs some ASCII art equal over the full line. Basically a start cutting here until here and include all of that information with your bug report. Because our users tend to think that page fault in the kernel is a useful error message, and they get rid of, the bits that are actually useful. So if somebody wanted to take a poke at, last time I started looking at it, it looked like it was spread out over machine-dependent and machine-independent code, and it was one of those annoyances.
And some bits are printf before the panic. Like all the page fault things are actually printfs before panic.
Right.
Which is wonderful when it happens on multiple cores at the same time, as you can imagine.
Yeah. So that's just the first thing that came to mind. Maybe our audience has questions.
Well, there is a crash info script too, by the way. So there is a way that, there is a thing that you can run on a post-mortem that gives a text file that people could use, but I don't know that it gets used very often.
Yeah. Well, anything that we can do to make it easier for them to give us a useful bug report would be nice.
Yes. What else? Well, you got to read the suggestion from IRC. A QR code to submit panics? It's a QR code to have panics ignored. That's what that is. So I can tell you that at our previous job, where I worked for a company with more than 5 machines that ran FreeBSD, we got a nightly email of every panic with the stack trace of every machine in the company, and then had some lovely Perl that parsed said email and turned them into entries into a collection of different SQL databases, and then some also lovely PHP scripts that could query them. And the only thing that made that somewhat bearable was I extended said Perl to recognize known panics and kind of tag them so we could auto-categorize, and I could try to distinguish the new panics from the old panics, because not everyone in this company liked to upgrade their OS.
I mean, that's the ideal, right, that you
But
get.
that's hard to, A, it's hard to maintain. B, I was paid to do this.
Yes.
And I got to log into the machines to look at the crash notes.
Yeah, that there are commercial services that do this sort of thing. I'm not sure it's something we can build easily. I also know that, well, to a more or less accurate extent, users worry about privacy, about the data that is in these reports, not entirely unreasonably so. From a developer perspective, it would be really nice to know which panics are really common and which panics are something that only affect one really loud user. Because if you get lucky by fixing the top 2% of panic reports, you fixed 90% of the panics users actually experience. But that's mostly just dreaming. I think I'd be really happy if we could make it for a little bit easier for users to give us the appropriate amount of information when they experience a panic.
So scissors.
Scissors.
You can even call it print scissors. All right, more audience. Last time we did have audience participation.
Even without panics, do you have any system that allows you to track crashes?
So for the stream, the question was, do we have a system to hoover up users' data and send it to somewhere central with core dumps for processes?
No, I think that is what you said.
That's exactly what you said. Yeah, so the question is, how do we know about user-line crashes in the wild? We do not have any kind of automated system to track process crashes in the wild. Those only come to us if users voluntarily share information about those with us.
So I know that other Unix operating system has a way to pipe core dumps into a command. Do we have anything similar?
No, we don't have that root hole in our kernel.
Yeah. I mean, because arguably you could build...
I should say that's wrong. So we now have a devctl notification. Kyle is not here. I think we now have a devctl notification so that you can use devd events to trigger something when a new core dump appears.
Yeah. So you could
a less terrible way of doing this.
Conceivably attempt to extract information that way and construct a port or a package that people could install and say, you know, this is how you can report crashes, but it becomes difficult across different builds, different architectures, different versions.
Also, have you ever tried to debug a Firefox crash? With no debug symbols? It's lovely. It's so useful.
Right. So there's definitely going to be a subset of package crashes where you just say, yeah, sucks to be you.
Yeah, I mean, the base system is more tractable, quite honestly, because if they're running a release, you could go find the debug symbols, in theory, especially in a package-based world that's not that impossible to build a truth that's identical, one would hope.
I have an outstanding patch to Poudriere to make it a little bit easier to build debug symbols packages. So from a perspective of someone who deals with appliances that are based on FreeBSD, not to say that it's pfSense, but it's pfSense. You know, sometimes things break, and it's nice if you are able to debug these things. And we've already gone a little bit in the sense that we keep the symbols for the kernel at least, so that when we get panic reports from users, you can go and decode return addresses into, okay, we were actually here in this function. But that's just the kernel, and it turns out that user space programmers aren't actually much better at their job than we are, and user space also occasionally crashes.
I mean, you write user space code.
As little as possible. But anyway, you can have this problem in user space as well, and you need your symbols. Decoding a backtrace where all you have is return addresses with nothing to relate them to source code is just...
That's if you get the return addresses.
If you get
On
something.
most modern architectures without dwarf, you're not even going to get that.
Yeah. Well, sometimes a small hint goes a long way, and it's definitely better than nothing. But there are pending patches. That would be nice to have, but you know, while we're dreaming.
One of the things that occurs to me, though, about even debugging user space crashes is, in our package-based world, I suspect we are not, well, I wonder if we have thought about the problem of archiving, say, making sure we keep an archive of the P0 release packages versus the P1 package-based packages. So when you get a user who reports a crash dump on a, not the latest P whatever of a release, do the packages and the debug symbol packages still exist such that you could construct a cheroot to debug it?
That is a very, very relevant question for someone working on package base.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting for the talk on package base to figure out how it works, because I've been very carefully ignoring it.
Well, you missed one of them already.
Sorry?
You missed one yesterday already.
That's my own personal, well, I wouldn't say problem. For years now, I very carefully avoided learning.
You only have one problem?
I have many problems, but this one's not a problem. I have very carefully avoided learning how our build system works. Because people who know how build systems work end up working on build systems. And I made that mistake at previous jobs, and I'm trying not to repeat it.
It might be charitable to say that people work on our build system and know how it works, but it's okay. Oh, the CD. Oh, so Brooks is referencing that there's some work in progress. It's going to land any day now, any week, century, millennia now, that will use a hash for package names so that we can rsync packages out without having to expose their until the right moment when we actually kind of do their published name.
Yeah.
But that kind of like build ID works for core dumps. That you can have the older versions hang around because the old hashed file still stays there even when it's no longer the most recent version of foo.so.
Yeah. Excellent, that's a solved problem then.
I mean, you just have to know when to delete things. All right, so I'm up. Who's next?
John, you come back later?
Yep. I'll come back later. I could say anything.
Oh, yeah, right.
I guess I've been voluntold. Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I will let you decide on our topic.
Okay, so I have one. I thought about something. I'm curious to learn more about async IO and FreeBSD. I see some people face palming.
You've picked the wrong person to ask.
Yeah, should we get John back in?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I genuinely don't know anything about it at all.
Okay, well, that makes the two of us in the FreeBSD sense, but I kind of understand. So here's my understanding. Linux has developed some newer interfaces, something called IOUring, which is kind of the new hotness when it comes to async IO. and is effectively a set of circular buffers that allow you to queue multiple operations.
Yeah.
Instead of doing the traditional like read-write
So
stuff.
it's essentially the storage equivalent of netmap.
I'm not familiar with netmap.
Netmap is, what's it called on Linux? Right, DPDK, where you run circular buffers with network packets in user space, and that just goes straight to the hardware without the without the kernel network stack being involved.
I think it's conceptually similar to maybe the how certain NVMe controllers also work. That they have like a queue that gets like drained by the controller on the other side. And yeah, I mean, that's a Linux-specific interface, but I also, you know, which has been actually riddled with security vulnerabilities, at least according to Wikipedia. Yes, but I mean, now they've ironed that out, I guess, so hopefully it's more secure by now. Yeah, I was just wondering, you know, if FreeBSD has any equivalent, it would be good to understand how people are modeling this type of workflows. But we can talk about something else.
Suspect we should. Do we have an audience question? Because I'm blanking on topics.
PF in macOS?
If you can talk about this. It's my understanding, but I might be. So let me speculate, because I don't have, you know, I don't have any limits on anything I'm allowed to say, because I don't know anything. My understanding is that it came out of OpenBSD. I've occasionally looked at some of the code. I remember looking at it and going, where's your multi-queue support?
So I have to admit my ignorance here. I am not familiar with the implementation of PF that exists on Darwin. It probably is old. That would be one of my guesses.
Possibly. So I've only looked at it superficially. It's a heavily modified version. There's support for like PPP, I believe, or PPTP in it. That's not in any other PF that I've seen. I also remember looking at the code ages ago, and it was the kernel bits, but pfcutl, the user space control program, was apparently not to be found anywhere.
Okay.
In the open source release, I mean.
It's present on the device.
I'm sure it's present on the system.
Yeah, I might have to do some more research and get back to you on it. But is there anything that you think it would be valuable to look into for macOS users to borrow from, you know, newer implementations of PF? Like you said, multi-stream support?
The FreeBSD implementation is somewhat multi-core capable, and you get significantly better throughput. Of course, use cases are very different. In practice, FreeBSD's PF, you're going to be running it on routers.
Okay.
And your macOS box is only occasionally a router and never for very large networks. I mean, you know,
it's not a typical use case. Yes,
it's not a typical use case. So I don't know if it's used on, say, on the phone, because your phone will occasionally pretend to be a router so that you can pair your laptop and browse the internet.
Tethering or things like that.
Tethering, exactly. And I assume that involves a PF. But if you only have one client machine behind it, being single core is fine, especially if your CPU is not
running on a phone,
not particularly wimpy.
Yeah. So maybe on the topic of PF, FreeBSD supports eBPF. Yes.
No.
No. Okay.
But my understanding is that there was a GSOC project years ago to do eBPF, but I don't think the work ever actually landed.
Okay. Okay.
So I don't know, does Linux use eBPF for packet filtering?
I think you can do many things.
Because there are, you know, different schools of thought on how you develop a firewall, and PF is very much, you just hand code all of the bits of the packet that you want to look at.
Okay.
IPFW in FreeBSD is a little bit more, we do a state machine, a virtual, a small bespoke bytecode to give instructions for jump this many bytes into the packet. If it's greater than this value, jump over here, which gives you a lot more flexibility, which also in some ways gives you more complexity to develop things. They're just the different choices that were made.
I see, I see. I'm imagining that something like eBPF would be used more, like less maybe for filtering per se, but more to like create a separate, like a representation of whatever is going on, like more to analyze or to have certain triggers. Because you can insert like a probe that observe, that will run your code when certain things are tripped, right?
I'm insufficiently familiar with eBPF to give you much useful information here. It did remind me of another one of those pie in the sky someday if I don't have, if I'm bored for 6 months would be a fun project, is inserting a scripting language in PF. Which may sound weird, but the use case I have in mind is essentially ALGs, application layer gateways. So you have a bunch of or a couple of protocols, evil things like FTP or SIP, where if you're doing that, you actually need to inspect the protocol and make modifications to the data that's being carried.
Okay, at the application
level? At the protocol level. So for FTP, for instance, you have a command connection that says, you need to open a new connection to this IP address and this port, which is fine if you're just routing the packet, but if you're doing network address translation, the address that the client gives you is not the address that the other side will see. So you need to translate that address. Right now, PF has 0 support for ALGs, so that just plain doesn't work. There's a hacky workaround for FTP, but it's not great. And SIP has exactly the same problem. You have a signaling protocol that says we're going to set up a new connection, and sometimes you need those IP addresses to be different. But you also don't want to hand-roll the parsing of all of this information. Right. Both FTP and SIP are text files, and I speak from experience when I say that there's a bunch of really weird FTP servers out there that do things that you don't expect them to do. Years ago, I had to hack up the Linux ALG for FTP to make it work with one specific FTP server instance. Not a software version, one specific instance of a server that was doing something stupid. But it is what it is. So I figured
How could that even be? Like somebody tweaked the code there, or was it?
Presumably somebody tweaked the code and they made me fix the ALG rather than fixing the FTP server. Fine, whatever. Anyway, point being, if you can attach a quick Lua script to your rule to say, hey, you need to inspect this connection and you need to run this Lua code over it, which is going to do string substitutions according to patterns, you might be able to implement these ALGs without having to hand-roll them for every single protocol. But that's very much, somebody should do this someday. This is not a, I am working on this, or an, I am going to work on this.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool idea. Do you think that the performance would be acceptable, like to shell out, maybe something like Lua, yes? But...
So you'd have to be very careful to set it on rules that only apply to those specific connections.
Okay.
Like a SIP connection as such is never a lot of data, so it should be fine. An FTP control connection is never a lot of data, so it should be fine. Maybe don't try to do this on your FTP data connection because that is going to hurt.
Yes, yes, that makes sense.
Jan.
Question.
Couldn't you get most of that if we had socket splicing for default sockets?
If we had, so the question is, could we get most of that if we had socket splicing for divert sockets? Arguably, and then you could do it in user space.
Thank you. Who's next? Who's next before I volunteer someone? Oh, Ed already said no.
Come on.
It can't be John again. Brooks? This only works when people are actually willing to talk. Any topic you like.
All right, what should we talk about?
All right, hi. I don't know.
So if I'm a terrible person
That's a given.
Cherry on shiny new X hardware.
I could not possibly tell you anything.
No idea.
I think we concluded that we didn't know enough to talk about the new memory safety thing in the next iPhone. So when we were talking at the airport, so we don't know anything about that either.
That is true. There's a very nice new memory safety feature that was announced with the new iPhones, which I should know more about probably, but I don't. But it's pretty cool. It allows you to to track effectively the allocations and the boundaries of those allocations in some ways, and it will give developers, I think, a good debugging information for things like use out of bounds or use after free or things like that. It's pretty cool. But I don't know how it works in the hardware.
Wasn't that an LLVM extension, a compiler extension?
No, this is a new thing with hardware support.
It has hardware support in some shape. That's why I think it's only on certain hardware. I think right now only the new iPhones have it. But it probably also involves changes to the allocator, changes to the compiler, and things like that for sure. Well, I have one topic, maybe, if no one else has questions. Some maybe little known fact that that the macOS, I think, definitely the Tahoe, but I think even a point release before, has a completely permissive licensed version of OpenRSync that we did a lot of work on. So we don't have anymore the old rusty 15-year-old SMB rsync, and we kind of took what Kristaps started and made it kind of feature by feature or bug by bug compatible with that old GNU version, which is it might not seem like much, but it's a project that I'm pretty proud of. So if you're running new macOS, there's some new BSD OpenRSync in there that's pretty good.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And is that published in its own repo somewhere, or?
It is published, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you can go and find the source code on the GitHub. Yeah,
cool.
Apple open source distributions.
Yeah. Look at that. The other rsync is terrifying. So.
Yeah. And hopefully one day that can come back to FreeBSD as well. I don't know that a lot of those changes have fully made it back to the original home, but I think it'd be cool.
Yeah, I think that we have frozen the rsync version in our ports tree for CherryBSD because unfortunate things happen with pointers and the network. They get sent over the wire and come back.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, that experience has taught me that something like you think about OpenRSync is like, oh yeah, how hard could it be? It's just like moving some files from point A to point B. Oh no, it's a whole world. It's very complex.
So it sounds like I should take a look.
Yeah, it'd be good to see if there's any memory safety issues there.
Yeah.
Indeed. Maybe a question for you. When do you think, or is it realistic to think that one would buy a Cherry-enabled laptop in this decade?
I mean, it is definitely possible. There's at least one hardware design team who could do that job if they chose to do so. I mean, but that is all I could possibly say there. We know they're very good. There probably is at least one other one. But I think probably the most likely laptop form factor CPU that I think will have Cherry, though it's not been specifically stated, is Codasip is developing a high-end superscalar core for high-performance computing under a project called DARE, funded by the EU. It's run out of the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. I think Europe felt that they needed to own some CPU IP.
That makes sense.
Given the current geopolitical situation. And so that's ongoing. They have not committed to Cherry, but on one hand, CODASIP has said that all future products will have Cherry in them, and they are making this product. But they have not put it on the feature list, so we will see. That's definitely a possibility. Otherwise, a sufficiently large company could, and there are a few candidates, could decide that they want Cherry in a high-end application core, and then, somebody does it, everyone else gets FOMO, we take over the world.
So it is intended at the end of the day for potentially for consumer, just like as any other, instruction extension and things like that, architecture extension.
Yeah, we can, and I think we could, well, we've extended 4 architectures. So we started with MIPS, we did RISC-V, we also worked with ARM at the same time, and John did a sketch for x86. So, the architectures you probably care about would work. We haven't done Power. Someone could do Power, but it would have to be IBM. Seems unlikely it wouldn't fit.
Yes.
And I gather there's at least one other architecture out there somewhere, some deeply proprietary architecture that has a Cherry-like thing bolted onto it, too. John?
Yes?
How hard would it be to implement a reasonably efficient JIT from some architecture with Cherry to the base architecture?
So how hard would it be to implement a reasonably efficient JIT from something with Cherry to a base architecture? Fairly hard, at least in our experience so far with QEMU. Unlike ordinary emulation with QEMU, where there is some just-in-time or similar compilation, there's no mapping between the bounds checking primitives and an architectural feature. So you end up generating a ton of instructions and having to do quite a lot of work. It's much more painful than basically any other emulation you might do. Stack machines, no problem. That's just, the abstractions are all there, but there's a poor mapping. It's possible though, like we have QEMU.
Could you do it on PowerPC where they do actually have the hidden bit?
Could you do it on PowerPC where they have, sorry, what?
So, Power 9 CPU does have the support for the hidden extra bit you need to track if it's a capability or not.
So Power 9 has the ability to add extra bits. I don't think tagging is the overhead. Tagging hurts when you're emulating it. You have to store it in a bitmap and access it, but it's not as expensive as doing bounds checks and permission checks. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's very cheap to do in hardware because it's all nicely parallelized and doesn't cause pipeline bubbles if you do it right and all that. And painful if you have to add instructions to do it all. So you end up with tens of instructions to do something that should be one.
You got any more questions? Any more topics? I'm running out of ideas here.
Other secrets to try to get us to spill that we don't know?
How do you integrate Cherry with SIMD?
Cherry with
what?
SIMD? How do you integrate Cherry with SIMD? Well, it depends how you're using SIMD. Most SIMD use in practice.
What's SIMD, just for the uninitiated?
Single instruction, multiple data.
Oh, okay, SIMD. Okay, yeah, sorry.
So vector thingies.
Yeah.
There's sort of 2 models. One is kind of a scatter-gathery model, where everything's a pointer. Then you have to turn all the elements into capabilities, and everything gets bigger. The other model is that you're working with offsets in a single thing. Our understanding from talking to microarchitects is that's how everything actually happens today. There's very little of the scatter-gathery stuff that's actually going on. So where it's not scatter-gather and it's all relative to a base, it's easy. You turn the base into a capability, everything else remains integers, it's all happy. Both models exist in the world, but the people we talk to say that only one of them actually exists in practice. And probably the other ones are slow on real hardware.
Okay,
All right. Thank you.
I volunteer someone else whose last name is Davis. Right? I'll put it here.
Hello.
Hello. So, what should we talk about?
That's a good question. I think I just fixed the Azure release build. Not that anyone here probably cares too much about Azure, but I've been annoyed by that for a while, so I'm kind of excited about it, specifically for ARM64. We were missing for some reason they require a 1 meg empty space at the beginning of the partitions.
Interesting.
So yeah, it's silly, but I figured that out finally, and we should have Azure images for 15.0 where we don't have them for 14.3.
Excellent.
Yeah, so that'll be useful.
Does it build unprivileged?
I was not trying.
Okay.
My tree's in a weird state because, So I'm running a slightly, few week older snapshot of main. But yeah, it should work.
Cool.
I know Mark did a bunch of work for that.
Yeah, Mark's had some good commits lately on that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, my tree doesn't have that commit, so.
Yeah, can't test, yeah.
What is release building for Cherry like? Since I believe you do a bunch of the Jenkins work and.
Yeah, so we have a Jenkins, server that builds snapshots of things. We have a tool called Cherry Build. It's 30 to 50,000 lines of Python for building and cross-building and integrating it. So it's a lot like Bricklay in a number of ways, but it's targeted around like building our LLVM, building our QEMU, building CherryBSD, build a disk image for QEMU or build releases, and then a whole bunch of cross-building support. Because until we got Morello, we were talking about 50 or maybe at best 100 megahertz systems with maybe a 4 or 5 stage pipeline. Running LLVM on there is painful. Running it in QEMU, not really any better. So cross-building is pretty essential for us, so we've done a lot of work to make that happen. So we also, as an artifact of building things, we build sysroots to build against. And then out of Jenkins, we publish a set of snapshots to download to cherrybsd.org. So we have a set of branches that we update that, we push snapshots out every time we build off that branch. So we have a set of those, and then Jessica wrote a tool called CherryBSD Update that lets us update between them. It uses the dist files, and it's because it doesn't know what version you're running, because you might have done anything to your box since it last ran. It actually downloads you tell it the version you're upgrading from and the version you're upgrading to, downloads the old one to find out the list of files so that it knows which ones have been deleted in the new release. And then, so it's a big hammer, but we don't really care about bandwidth use because there's about 1,000 boxes in the world. It's just not that big a deal. And yeah, so it's fairly straightforward. It's just buried, and modifying it can be exciting. Fairly object-oriented Python.
Right. And how long does it take to run your pipeline? Do you run every commit? Do you run nightly?
We run every push.
Okay.
And I don't know, it's probably an hour. If the systems aren't too backlogged, we build on every push, we build every architecture we care about. So that's currently, let's see, RISC-V, ARM. We also build AMD64 to make sure it stays working. And then we build 3 variants of the Cherry architectures. So we build the native version, we build a hybrid version where the user space has some capability awareness but is not memory safe, and then we build a PureCap version. So we're building 7 versions, I think, or 7 architectures. We build them in parallel, and Morello is the slowest because it has the most software, I think.
Okay. And are you, like, you've demoed running full GUI and stuff like that. Are you building, does that include things like Chrome, and like, are you building all the packages as well?
So we don't build the new packages on that. We use a QEMU user mode port for Morello that's been enhanced for Cherry, and then we use like a native static compiler, because running LLVM under QEMU user mode would hurt, and also it doesn't work on PureCap yet because some internal things haven't been fixed. So we build most of our packages kind of on demand. Cherry BSD ports is fairly behind at this point. We need to catch up at some point, but right now we need Qt6. So we need to get over that bump.
Oh, so you need someone to do the capability work for Qt6.
We're hoping it's not too bad, but it just, we haven't investigated more than an hour or 2 at this point.
Okay.
So we'll do that. Chromium is all a separate thing, manually built, and it doesn't really support cross-building on an architecture whose pointer size differs from yours. Right. So I think we're using distcc to build on a Morello box and then ship compilation off to some like 256 core machines.
Morello's ARM, right? So you're shipping them to like Ampere boxes or something?
Right. So with distcc, all the things get pulled together on the Morello box, and you get like, it all gets packaged up and then it gets compiled. So it's okay that the binary, that it differs there, but the putting it all together requires you to have a matching architecture.
Okay.
Or a more matching architecture. So you could build ARM on x86 and vice versa.
Right.
At least that's my understanding of what we're doing, but I stay away from it. It's very scary. And I touch the FreeBSD build system. So.
Hey, Christoph. Brooks volunteered.
I mean, there's also apparently now Rust in the build system in the next version, so we need to get a Rust compiler working for Cherry as well.
Yeah. And does QEMU user able to compile Rust things? Or Go things? One of them had an issue. I can't remember which.
I'm not sure if we're building Go under QEMU user. We do build it. I don't remember if we have a package though. I'd have to go look in our Poudriere output. Yeah, Rust, we don't have a Cherry Rust yet. There is a port at University of Kent, but and SCI Semiconductor that David Chisnall works at, founder of, is also going to be working on Rust.
Nice.
So hopefully we'll have something solid pretty soon. Some companies who want to adopt Cherry have a policy that they can only adopt architectures that have Rust support.
Which is kind of understandable, right? If you're trying to push towards more safe things, you want to.
Yeah. And so you want both.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Do you see the differences between Rust and Cherry as it's not really an either or, right? It can be both.
No,
right?
it's definitely you want both because you want Rust to protect systems now, and also just the disciplines are good. It does some things about concurrent access that Cherry doesn't address concurrent access. It doesn't change it, but the borrow checker model ensures single access to things.
Right.
And whatnot, so.
Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more Cherry stuff in the wild, and I think it'd be great to see appliances and phones and laptops and stuff with Cherry in them.
Yeah, we've got a couple paths that might open up soon to taping out something that we can put in sort of a Raspberry Pi size thing. I think that would be extremely exciting. Nice. I'd really like to see like a Raspberry Pi compute module sort of thing, so you can start deploying it.
And do you find that there's natural synergy, like since you brought up the Raspberry Pi didn't the Raspberry Pi also come out of Cambridge as well?
Yeah, we've talked to them a bit. They are not a big enough customer to cause new chips to be fabbed or new cores to be designed. They're only 20 million units a year. So trying to round up a few 20 million unit a year customers maybe, that might get us to where we need to be.
That's amusing to talk about the scale that, like, yeah, Broadcom gave you this chip because they didn't care about it, and you're, well, goodbye.
It's all very impromptu. But we have someone. There we go.
Yes. So, Brad,
Yes.
I was inspired by Greg's talk yesterday about, he wrote API. I didn't know what it means and haven't talked to him about that, but I was thinking, what about integrating some kind of API, like a REST API for base system? Sounds totally weird. I don't know if anyone has talked about it, but especially if you're looking at containers, to say you don't have to manage them from the outside, so don't have to use Ansible from the host, have it contained, have some kind of API exposed, and manage your container from the outside or directly.
Yeah, so I'm curious about this as well, because the more easy it is to manage a whole fleet of machines, right, the more big adoption we can see. And in some ways this starts with little stuff like is it libxo, so we can have tools interacting with shell commands and getting easily machine readable output, where we don't have, every command isn't a whole new parser, right? It's just, oh, I added output JSON, I know how, and then sure, you have to parse that JSON, but that's much easier than trying to figure out the output of a lot of these bespoke commands and their output. And so that's, to me, that's the building blocks, and then we lack something to connect that to the network, but you could imagine building something that, a service that runs and connects to the network, and you can, ignoring auth and all those bits, right? Like, so you have packets come in and, they ask for, setting up a network, setting up a jail, and that then leverages these, commands that we've taught to speak libxo, so it's just kind of JSON passing back and forth, and kind of is a step in that direction, right? I think we have a long ways to go, and I don't know that we end up shipping something in base that is, this binds to port 443 and will do stuff. Like, I don't know that there's, I'm sure there's some desire for that, but I don't know if there's enough desire to justify something like that in the base system. But it would be, gets easier to build something like that could be a port easily, right? But yeah, I think it's fascinating. I want to learn more about that, because that's really cool to me, is how do we make these things more automatable,
Yeah, not necessarily in base, but yeah, as a package. First of all, I was thinking of only jail, saying JExec commands, etc. Exposed. But if you think, okay, maybe base or commands in base, just shell commands, I don't want all syscalls exposed on the web. So, and then the security issues come as well. So you definitely don't want to maintain this in base, but maybe creating some kind of API, yeah, to whatever you can do on on your machine. So from creating files to spinning up jails, or configuring your DNS server, whatsoever.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and it's one of those things. Is like, where do you kind of separate things out, right? Because like, okay, yeah, you mentioned DNS, like, okay, which DNS server do you want to configure, right? Then you have to, those all have their own little quirks, and so you have to, oh, this is how you do things with unbound or bind or whatever, right? DNS mask even, and they're all slightly different, which is, you know, a bit annoying when you're trying to develop something like that, right? Yeah, but it's a fascinating idea, and I think there's definitely some desire to do that, but yeah, to see.
Is Greg still here? Don't think so. No, he's left.
No, I think he had to go to a meeting or a phone call or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely something we should talk about more, and I wanted to listen in on some of the enterprise working group calls because they sound very interesting.
So, yeah, another thing that came up was exposing the resource limits allocated to a jail, so RCTLs to the jail, so the jail actually sees what amount of memory it's got allocated. So it's not allocated, it's the memory limit, but if you're thinking about Java processes, which can do a lot of garbage collection stuff in the background and then fill up your memory like crazy, and they think, okay, yeah, now it's, yeah, I've got a machine with 512 gig RAM, so I can just do whatever I want, but actually it's just limited to 64 gigs. There's a way of implementing this to say, okay, it's, don't want to compare it with Docker, but they know it. If you spin up a container with limits, then this container sees it. For Java, there's options to mlock, of course, but actually right now it's broken in Elasticsearch, so they didn't accept the patch. And I said, okay, fix it on your port side, but that's not the only port or tool that needs resource limits to say, okay, yeah, you only have 64 gigs. The jail doesn't care how much memory the host has if it's locked to or limited to 64 gigs. I don't know if this could be done.
That's a good point. Like, why tell, you know, why, like, if you run top in the jail and it says there's 256 gigs of RAM, like, you know, why expose that to the jail? The jail can't access that, so that's not doing it any good, right? So yeah, I think you're right that, you know, inside the jail, if you have limited the jail should only show that it, like, 64 gigs, for instance. If you look at top or whatever tool, even, you know, sysctl should show, you know, a restriction, because that's what the programs in there need to respect, right? If, you know, in your example, Java loves memory, right? So if it assumes that it has 256 gigs of RAM because that's what it sees, and then it gets to, you know, 64.0 and die, right?
Yeah.
It's killed, then that's not going to work. So yeah, I think there's value in that, and how do we change that, and how do we expose that properly so that, you know, maybe it's an option to the jail creation where it's a knob that you can turn on or off or something along those lines.
RCTL
right?
probably to just override the CTL one.
Yep.
Exposed.
Yeah, I like that.
Any other thoughts?
Not about that. We could talk about home automation things.
Yes, of course. Yeah,
it's
talking to the right person. Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
I still have this ports overlay for Home Assistant to put to run it on FreeBSD, but because our Python's behind, it's a bit locked to an older version of Home Assistant. But you know, I still need to do some work because, you know, Node is such a pain. Some of the Z-Wave things I have want to run some Node stuff, and it's just very frustrating.
To be honest, I switched from jails to Beehive, and now even on a Debian, on a Raspberry compute module, because it was a pain in the ass to. There's so many dependencies, and especially if you have a large deployment and hundreds of thousands of sensors and libraries or components, how they call it. You could do it, but every update, there's another dependency, just a major upgrade. The crypto doesn't work anymore and all this stuff. So I gave up running it on FreeBSD because it's too much. And maybe soonish do it with Sylvie. I'd really liked the idea and just tried it out. So maybe it's nice to have a small jail host or VM host running on FreeBSD again would be nice. Yeah. It's definitely a thing because running it, I used VM for Beehive, and it still didn't feel right. It was, having issues I couldn't reproduce, but no bugs, only layer 8 issues, but it was maintaining this thing. And I gave up and said, okay, yes, just install Debian and run it natively and run EuroPython 3.18 if they want. Like they upgrade it to latest version every day, every year. So, which is really annoying as well. And then you go to Python. Sorry.
Thank you.
John, you're back up. I got news from the audio people. Please hold mics closer to mouths so that the stream will also catch what you're talking about.
Mic etiquette.
Hi, John.
Hi, Sven.
I've got more things.
Sure.
Improvements and stuff, enhancements. So another thing that came up at maintaining the OpenSearch port was improving the build system to say you don't only have minimum Java version, but having a default and min and max. So for instance, the upstream Java version for OpenSearch is 24 right now. I'm not quite sure if it's 26 supported, but I think 25 is supported, down to 11. But I would love to say, okay, please use 24, but if you have more already Java installed and it's a supported version between 11 and 25, then take the one that's existing to say, okay, just make, and you have Java min version, Java max version, Java default. To say, okay, yeah, you have a supported version, so you did it on purpose. And right now the discussion was whether to upgrade to 24, which I would like. And someone else said, no, please use 21. It's the LTS version, so please stick with that. But it's not the one that's upstream. I don't know the improvements. I'm not a Java person, but I'd go for the one that's bundled, that's supported. There's more supported, but to say, okay, yeah, same for Python and other tools, maybe say, okay, yeah, Java min, Java max, and Java default. If you don't have any Java installed, use default. If it fits any installed version, or you install it earlier, say, okay, install OpenJDK 11 and then go for it. What would you think about this?
I mean, I'm probably not the right person to fix this, but I understand what you're asking. It's not unreasonable, especially for folks who are building, like, if you're building in Purdue, you probably don't have, you are only going to install Java on demand during an individual port build, and so you're probably always picking up the preferred version, which maybe is what I would call it, preferred instead of default for a given, because it sounds like this is per port, right? It's like the version for this port I prefer, which might be different than my system-wide default I might pick or something like that. But if you're building ports still, then yeah, you definitely have whatever is currently on my system affecting the choices that I make for what dependencies I want to use. So it sounds like you want a more flexible, for certain types of dependencies, like runtime dependencies, a little more flexibility in what, like supporting ranges of versions. That doesn't seem unreasonable to me, but I might not be the right person to sign other people up to do the work.
Okay, yes.
On their behalf.
Fair enough, yeah.
But I think I understand the problem.
Yeah, so it's especially working with Putria, and you say, so Java 11 is supported, and I don't know which one Elastic right now uses right now. I think it's 17. So 17 is supported as well. And if I set Java default to 17, then it just take this one. So you don't have to necessarily use the one the port maintainer wants. There's more supported versions. Yeah, you can stick with that, override it with a Java default version, make count.
Right,
So,
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Okay.
So, who would do it? Just
So
talk to me later.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like something that would be like in uses, but I mean, I imagine it's other things besides Java where this is kind of true. I mean, we do this a bit with compilers. So with compilers, when you ask for like a version of C, that's actually how we state it in a port. Normally you don't say, I need GCC 12, or I need Clang 19, or whatever it is today. What you say, and usually in a port, is something like, I need C++ 14. And then uses compiler.make to figure out, well, what set of compilers I have available that might already be installed? Do they support 14 that I can use that? Or kind of decide what version of the compiler to provide based on like the features you want. If that makes sense, as opposed to, I mean, that's a similar notion because it deals with a similar, I have a set of available versions and I make a decision about which one to do. So this doesn't seem unusual for things you do in other places.
Okay, so maybe find someone who could prove this.
Oh,
Moin
has
would do.
raised his hand.
Thanks.
Or at least promise to talk about it later. Okay, so Moin says it should be supported. So maybe it's just something that needs to be fixed in the OpenSearch port.
Okay, but right now there's only Java greater than. So you have to set the lowest version. But that's not the version I would prefer, as you call it. Yeah.
Okay.
So it supports, yeah, Java 11 plus. So, but if I go for Java 11 plus, it will use Java 11.
I see. So you want a notion of...
It will be, yeah. So going down, saying, okay, the preferred version is a higher version. I know. So yeah, if I go, or if I set the port in the make file, say Java 11 plus, it will install Java 11, but the preferred version right now, which is the upstream, is 24. So having like the downwards, like say Java minus 24 plus whatever, or like this.
I think I understand. Right, I mean, Moin's nodding, so presumably you can talk afterwards. Okay,
Thanks.
Very good. Well, that's useful. What's another one that we cannot solve?
Pardon?
That's another one of your things we cannot solve in the next 5
No.
minutes.
I have to look it up. I have a big list of to-dos and enhancement requests.
How about,
much time?
I have a question for you, though, so we could talk.
Yeah.
So I think, was it in Dublin, did you talk about your house?
Home automation
Yeah.
thing, yes.
So do you have anything new you've done since then?
Yes, right now I'm implementing a reg system with live information, so I can talk to the house. Well, so say, okay, what do I have to do to set the heating a little bit higher? You have all these sensors, especially if someone besides me, like a wife in the house, so where do I turn on the heating, or water in the morning is too cold? He always has to call me and have to set it, so he knows the information, what's inside. Not only the home automation, but also how to unlock a special smart lock whatsoever. What app do I have to use? And integrating this with a voice command tool, which I'm still looking for. Snips was very good. There was a tool called Snips AI, which was acquired by Sonos and then closed. The project was closed. So that worked really well. I think it was 2018-ish. And now there's Raspberry as a project, but there's no nice like intercom style thing you could have at home to say, house, please open the window. I'm still using the Apple stuff for that to do the language translation and then send it via HomeKit to the system. But having this information, this knowledge base with all the information and current states, how's the weather going to be tomorrow? It's easy. It's numbers. Can easily grab it. So once you have the connection and the wake words and all the stuff in place, it's easy to implement this should be. And it's not so hard, but takes time, yes. So
oh, we all need a hobby.
Yeah, exactly. So it's what you have a house for, probably. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah. And talking about the home automation, I migrated a lot of stuff from Intel to ARM because it was temperature issues, power issues, and if your system with the GPU and Intel CPUs uses more energy than you save with this model, it's probably not worth it. But I took all the information from the models into just a statistical models and created automations for that to say, okay, if the temperature is below this point, set the target temperature of heating to this point, and yeah, so convert all the things the machine learning model learned and transferred it into simple numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have to retrain your model periodically?
No, I didn't for 1.5 years. So most of it was energy optimization. Yeah.
Always at the worst time. Thanks. Okay, thank you to all who volunteered or got voluntold. While I was listening, sitting down, I was thinking maybe next time we should have a little restriction, everything but FreeBSD or everything but specific topics or API stuff. Maybe something like, what do you do in your free time if you have that? So maybe for next time. I don't have anything more, but we don't have to vacate too soon, so there's a bit of time left. Any last business, something that came up? The sound of one room being on IRC. No? Okay. Then thank you again for 2 days of Devsummit. There will be more activities tomorrow and the next 2 days. And yeah, let me know what you like. My email is on the slides. I will upload them soonish. Yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for participating. And we'll be back in next year, wherever that is. Right? Okay, when's the next official Devsummit? EuroBSDCon? Oh, right, Vendor Summit. Is there a Devsummit part of that? Somehow, something will happen. I won't be there, unfortunately, but okay. I can't be everywhere. Thank you, and yeah, have a nice dinner and rest of conference.